What if Minecraft were a lot closer to real life and I spent 600 days playing through history's ages? Oh yeah, I did. It's been over a year since the first of the 100 days videos was uploaded, so if you're new to the channel, you can binge them all here in one place. But that's not all. By the time you're seeing this video, I'll already have finished recording a new 100 days video set in the first stage of my custom mod pack Epoch Runner, also known as the Industrial Revolution. In addition, I'm putting together a crew of YouTubers to form an SMP series using the mod pack. To any creators watching this video who make Minecraft content, feel free to contact me using my business email if you're interested. If you want to help support the channel, be sure to subscribe down below. We're trying to get to 250,000 subscribers and I need your help. Now, without further ado, go grab your beans and enjoy the video. Luckily for me, I did not spawn in an extreme biome where I could die of cold or heat stroke immediately, and I set about exploring the area around me and attempting to gather some flint and sticks because I can't just punch trees and make wood tools. Wood tools literally do not even exist here. The starting season is the summer, meaning that it is possible for me to overheat in the prairie as it's a warmer biome, but it will be beneficial to me in the winter to come. My first objective is to get some flint and then smash that flint on stone to turn it into flint shards, which I could then use to turn into basic tools. With my flint shard, I crafted a flint knife so that I could cut grass and obtain grass fibers to make grass twine, which I could then use to make slightly more complicated tools like a hatchet later on. A mere few minutes into the world and I was already dehydrated and I was forced to drink river water, which gave me the thirst status effect. So there's this neat thing about trees in this mod pack where if you chop them down, they actually fall over like real trees. And that also means that you can die if you have a tree fall on you, which is not a neat thing. I then set about making a crafting table by using my hatchet on logs to gather planks, which is a lot more of a pain than it is in normal Minecraft. And I also had to use rocks to craft cobble because you don't get a full cubic meter of cobblestone with flint tools. After a little bit of mining, I was able to upgrade some of my tools to stone, but night was already falling and I needed to gather resources and food fast if I was going to survive. But I was immediately faced with the problem of poor food because, you see, in real life you're not going to be able to go out and eat one piece of raw corn and expect it to nourish you. And that's the case here as well. You have to take lots of food items and combine them into more complicated recipes to actually gain proper hunger and saturation. I unwittingly created my first bit of pollution while mining coal down in a cave, and this was in the form of carbon dioxide, which if left unchecked and in great enough quantities would eventually kill me. I had a nasty run-in with a few zombies and a baby zombie, but I was able to survive only by pillaring up with some dirt, and that allowed me to kill them, but it made me realize that I needed shelter. Luckily, there was a village nearby that I could seek refuge in. I was pleasantly surprised to be greeted by a sleeping American Yorkshire piglet, which was very adorable in the village. As the moon set behind a hill in the distance, I was finally able to obtain some shelter with a special villager. Apparently he's a machinist, but I don't really have anything to trade for at the moment. However, there was some nice loot in his house that would be very beneficial, especially that steel axe. On the morning of the second day, I continued grabbing some loot from the house of the villager, and there's actually some decent stuff and several tools that would come in handy later. And a neat thing about the storage crates is that they actually act like discount shulker boxes. Oh, and I decided to grab that hammer because I think I'll need it later. After a brief encounter with a skeleton where I almost died, I decided to get some more food, and you can see here that these baked potatoes only restore half of a hunger shank, and they don't give me very much saturation. I then decided to get a little bit of resources, and I found some copper and a little bit of bauxite, which is also aluminum, which will be very handy later on once I start making machinery. Another cool thing about this mod pack is that there's actually a mod that adds flowing rivers that actually flow in a specific direction, as you can see here. And I knew that I wanted to live near one because they actually work with water wheels, which is something I'll be needing later on to generate power. And they also just look really cool. They make these cool formations in the rock that they go through. The sun was beginning to set and an evening breeze had started in the forest, blowing the leaves all over the place from the trees, and it looked very pretty. But I also realized that I was completely out of thirst, I guess. I had to go grab some water and dodge a ton of mobs, which was a little bit difficult, but I finally was able to obtain some saplings from trees because I've been having trouble with that before, and I was able to replant a tree. The next day I wasted no time in making a sleeping bag because I could have made a bed, but you can just put the sleeping bag down anywhere and then it goes back into your inventory and it looks pretty cool. And then I started digging out a little area on the bank of the river and the overhang of the cliff where I would eventually set up a house. I crafted my first iron pickaxe to test and see if I could get cobble from breaking stone, but I could only get rocks, so I ended up disabling that part of the mod because I figured that it would make sense to get cobble once you had an iron pickaxe. And then I explored the second village that was near my area and got some more loot from one of the houses, and there was even a blacksmith, but I started to overheat, and I had to get out of there and cool down fast. While exploring the surrounding area, I found these giant draft horse things, and then I decided to get some clay because I knew I'd need lots of bricks for my base. Bricks would be a fairly crucial building block, so I decided to start getting them early, and I even had our first rainstorm. And then I took a trip down the river on a boat, and if you go downstream on a boat on a flowing river, you go really fast, and it is very satisfying, as you can see. I finally evolved past whacking logs with my hatchet and decided to make a saw, and then I was able to use my sleeping bag for the first time to sleep the night. I didn't do a ton on day 4 except get some iron armor and explore, but towards the end of the day I did notice that we were starting to create a small pollution cloud over my furnaces of sulfur and carbon. As I'm sure you've noticed, I don't have a mini-map mod because when you're in real life you don't have a mini-map in your peripheral vision, but there was something else that I could make that required redstone, which I went strip mining for, and sugarcane, and that's what I set out to make on day 5. I started by crafting a compass and combining it with a book to get an empty antique atlas, and this would allow me to see the surrounding area in the form of an evolving map over time, and it just shows rough outlines of where you are. You can add markers, and it's generally really helpful. So when you're playing with the weather mod that I have installed, having a weather radar is absolutely essential because you don't want to be taken by surprise by a tornado that could rip through your area and destroy the land at any moment. So I took preventative measures and made a weather radar right away. And to finish out the day, I made a few path designs for the area around my base so that I could start making it look nicer. And would you look at that, mere minutes after I made the weather radar, it came in handy because it displayed this rainstorm that was over my house. And you can actually see exactly where it's moving if you look at it closely. Ah, day 6, I remember this day. This was the day where I had my first brush with death. I spent the rest of day 6 and pretty much all of day 7 just gathering resources and food, but at the end of the day on day 7 I decided to check my nutrition for the first time to see how we were doing on our 5 food categories. The nutrition system is very important for several reasons because one, if you get too low on any of them, it becomes really not fun and you'll just get poisoned, but if you are at 100% on any of them, you get additional health. So keeping them up is very important. And the way that you keep it up is by eating different food with different nutrients, because each food has different assigned nutrients that go with it. Some foods have multiple. And I also set out to make a farm so that I could grow food to eat. But there was a more urgent reason for that, because winter would be coming soon, and not all food grows during the winter. Actually, almost no food does. And I needed to have a stockpile of food to survive the winter. I carried my farming operations over to day 9, and I expanded my farms, got some wheat, so that I could attempt to breed the local cows, but it's not as simple as it might seem because these cows, and all animals, are much more realistic. They need food, water, they need to be happy, and they also need a few other conditions which are difficult to meet. I also began planting the field of industrial hemp because it's incredibly useful for making various machine components later on, and I also got poisoned and took a ton of damage from a stupid dart frog, which I accidentally ran over. Luckily, in terms of gathering meat, there was an alternative in the form of ground traps that you can put bait in and it will passively collect meat and other animal items over time. I honestly didn't do very much on day 10. I made a small tree farm and I set up the ground trap, but I didn't realize it was positioned wrongly until much later. I do eventually realize though. And on day 11, I started bone mealing my industrial hemp so that I could get some of it faster, because you can actually just break the top of it and it will give you seeds and the string, fiber stuff. And I also made a cow pen and shoved my cows into there so that I could hopefully breed them at some point and get milk, because you can't even obtain milk from the female cows until they've been bred and have a baby cow. That evening, I began researching the first machine I would need, the coke oven, which has a couple uses. The major one being to produce coal coke, which you can use to make steel. We'll get to that much later on in the video. And it can also be used to make treated wood because it produces creosote oil as a byproduct. And I went to grab sand, but ended up having to fight a horde of mobs instead, and it was very annoying. I had a few plans in mind for what I wanted to do with my base, so I took a little look around behind my current house, and I had an unfortunate accident with a creeper, which resulted in my sugarcane being blown up because I was just barely too far away to hit it and stop it. The neat thing was that I was finally able to obtain 27 coke bricks, which would allow me to build the coke oven to produce creosote oil and other useful things. And so I put in my 5 blocks of coal and proceeded to wait and do other stuff while that cooked very slowly. And I discovered you could produce milk with almonds, which would be an alternative to my cows because I had been unsuccessful still with breeding them. And so I spent much of day 13 looking for an almond tree, and I had no luck in finding almonds. But it was nice to return back to my house halfway through the day and discover that my cow was actually pregnant, meaning that I'd be able to get milk from the cow soon, which would solve my dairy problems in my nutrition table. And then I made a poor choice regarding this Enderman. You see, I thought that it would be okay to be able to attack this guy without putting him in a boat, but I was wrong. Luckily, it wasn't a big deal getting my stuff back, and I ended up just moving on and crafting a saddle instead so that I could ride a horse and go faster. And right before I went to sleep, I decided to check my coke oven, and sure enough, I actually had some creosote oil and a block of coal coke. The next morning, I set about to obtain a horse, and I exacted my revenge on the skeleton for shooting the sleeping draft horse right in front of my face. But then I was able to actually put my saddle on it, and I could ride it, although it's a little bit different from riding a normal horse. You can't really jump in the same way. And I also made a jerry can, which is basically a bucket but like really big, so that I could hold lots of creosote oil, and I used that creosote oil to make treated wood to make windmill blades because I would need that windmill for some power. And then I needed to make a kinetic dynamo to go with my windmill so I could actually obtain power from it. And it took a lot of microcrafting involving copper, but it would allow me to generate power with the wind. I checked my nutrition and some of the levels were very low, which was concerning. I'd have to get better nutrition very soon if I wanted to not get poisoned. And I spent the rest of that day working on improving my house. I made a little brick area at the back so that you could actually run through the cliff. Day 15, I noticed a worrying cloud of pollution over the coke oven and then proceeded to completely ignore it and make a better storage system and run back and forth transporting items all day. I was unpleasantly surprised to remember that you have to use trapped chests if you want to place checks directly next to each other, and I had to complete my storage system. But I did finally make the engineer's manual, which basically shows me everything that I can make from the immersive engineering mods. And then at long last there was a baby cow. Actually, there were 2 baby cows, and I could finally get milk and solve my dairy problems. I wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. I then proceeded to drink milk for like 5 minutes so that I can increase my dairy levels. And yeah, that was about all that I did the rest of the day. The following day was marked by 2 major events. The first one was finding diamonds, although it was only 2 of them, so not terribly helpful, but it was definitely better than no diamonds. And the second event was actually getting stuff from my ground trap. I was very excited to see it working after I had fixed it, and this allowed me on day 18 to make my first somewhat complicated food item. I created meaty stew, which would give me grain and protein, 2 nutrients at the same time, and it also restored a little bit more hunger. Next, I began experimenting with what I wanted my walls to be, and I decided that I'd use concrete from immersive engineering, not vanilla concrete, but actual concrete. I was greeted by an uninvited guest the next morning in the form of a creeper that came down the river and managed to get in my boat, and that was just not going to happen. I already had my sugarcane blow up 1 time. And you thought I forgot about my windmill? No, I did not. I just had been putting it off, and I had to gather some more supplies to make it actually usable in the form of various wires and wire connectors. But I ended up pillaring up with some treated fences, and I placed down a kinetic dynamo and placed my windmill off the side of that, and it started turning, and it was beautiful, although it's not terribly fast at the moment because it doesn't have any windmill sails, but that's where our industrial hemp will come in later. I also made this external heater which, when powered and placed next to a furnace, will make the furnace run as though it had fuel, but it just runs off of power instead. So this would eliminate some of my coal needs, and I could divert more coal into producing coal coke. And then I tested out the heater by smelting a piece of stone just using the power produced by the windmill, although it is not enough currently to make the heater run constantly. It will drain the power and slow down. Day 20 saw us back in the mines looking for resources, and I actually did a neat clutch here. I might have died if I'd failed that, but clutches aside, I ended up finding some cool stuff underground. I actually found emerald because I ended up going into like a highlands or something, some mountain biome, and a few other things. But I generally needed lots of resources if I wanted to make all the machines and everything that I would need. And I also got jump scared by this weird zombie that was invisible and snuck up on me. That was not cool. My mining expeditions from the day before carried over into the next day, and I remained underground and found this neat, like, dungeon thingy. The funny thing is I didn't add any structure generation mods, so I still don't know what added this, but there was a bunch of zombie spawners, and I was able to get some neat loot from it. Back on the surface that evening, I found a normal vanilla horse that spawned, and it turned out to be much faster than the draft horse, which was a good thing, although it could barely jump. And then I took all the stuff I'd mined and put it in my very slow smelting system, powered by one windmill. The next morning, it became very evident that fall had arrived. All the trees were starting to turn orange, and this meant that winter would be coming soon, and I would have to be able to stay warm and grow enough food. I went back mining again because I needed more clay and pretty much more of everything. And I remained underground for several days, mining coal, iron, and pretty much anything I could find. I even found some sulfur ore, which produced clouds of sulfur, unsurprisingly. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised when I almost got hyperthermia from sitting near lava for a long time mining stuff, but I was able to survive just by sitting in a waterfall for a little bit and cooling down. On my way out, I broke a vine and ended up getting a white sprout, and it showed that I could eat it, so I tried eating it, and it gave me the whitening status effect. I have no idea what this did. Babies, what do you guys in the comments can tell me if you know, but I thought it was just kind of interesting. Even several days after I put the stuff in to smelt, it wasn't even close to being done. I crafted a diamond pickaxe using literally all my diamonds that I'd gotten from mining, and I set about making a bit more food because I was preparing to go to the nether. Day 25, I started working on my house a little bit more. I've been working on it a little bit over time, and I just was slowly improving it to make it more livable. I also went back to one of the villages nearby, and I found that a ton of food had grown, and I was able to harvest a massive amount of wheat and a pretty decent amount of carrots. The wheat would continue to grow throughout the fall, as that's one of its fertile seasons, so I'd be able to harvest more of it over time. At this point, much of my progression was blocked by a lack of blaze rods and blaze powder, because I needed that to craft a blast furnace so that I could produce steel. So I used the obsidian that I mined to make another portal, and I would attempt to go to the nether to see if I could obtain some blaze powder. I was at last able to make my first of many windmill sails and attach it to my windmill, because windmills by themselves do not produce a lot of power and they're not very efficient, but if you add sails, they become much better at producing power. Day 26 was a very important day because I would finally enter the nether. However, there were several problems I suspected I would encounter, and I was not disappointed. You see, the nether is full of lava, and lava produces heat, and when you get overheated, you also start to get dehydrated. I'd been in the nether for about a minute, and I was already overheating and dehydrating, and to make matters worse, I couldn't see a fortress anywhere nearby. And I certainly couldn't survive for the long period of time necessary it would take to find a fortress, so I was forced to return to the overworld. I began researching cooling methods immediately, and unfortunately they require ice cubes, which I do not have. And there's actually a suit of armor that allows you to stay cool, but it requires slime in addition to the ice cube, so I was not able to make anything at this point. On the bright side, I was able to make an engineer's toolbox, which would allow me to store food and wiring and tools and neat stuff like that, and just carry around in my inventory. At this point, I knew I couldn't do much about my ice problems until winter arrived, so I started looking into ways of storing water. I made this water tank that you can store 12 buckets of water in, and I realized that you can also get water bottles and drink them, and it does restore your water, which made sense, but I wanted to make sure. Unfortunately, when I tried to take the water out of the tank, it didn't give me water bottles back, but I somehow ended up taking out an uncraftable potion from the tank. I don't understand why this worked or why it happened, but all I knew is that it did actually restore my water, so apparently I would be taking water tanks into the nether and drinking uncraftable potions. The next day I checked my nutrition to see how I was doing, and I was doing okay, but it could be a lot better. So instead of actually solving my nutritional problems, I decided to make another windmill instead, because I knew that I would need a lot more power. I was barely getting enough power as is for my one smelting array. But I decided to go a step further by creating my first power grid, because I'd made these wooden posts that you can put on the ground and attach wire connectors and relays to, so that it keeps the wires overhead and not a hazard. I wired in both windmills to connect to my smelting things, so it did smelt a little bit faster, but it still wasn't producing enough power to fully maintain the external heater. And that's when I noticed it. My temperature bar showed the first freeze. Winter had finally come, and I was starting to freeze at nighttime. This was both a good and bad thing because it meant that I'd be able to obtain ice soon, but also no food would grow and I'd have to survive on what I already gathered. I then made an engineer's workbench, which allows you to make some more complicated things to make vacuum tubes so that I can make these powered lanterns, because the really cool thing about them is, in addition to giving off light, they also stop mob spawning in a 32 block radius around them, meaning that my area would be safer from mobs once I installed them. And at the end of day 29, I added my first powered lantern near my windmill area, and there it goes. On day 30, I wanted to explore over the giant hills near my house and see what was behind them. And I found something very cool. I found a redwood forest, which not only looks really cool, but you can get a massive amount of wood from it because each redwood tree drops a huge amount of logs. Also found this neat biome that was past the forest. It contained spruce trees, and I even found a village not far after that. But by this time night had fallen and it was starting to get cold. I unwisely made the choice of doing some mining instead of going to shelter immediately, and I started to get very cold. And not long after, hypothermia set in, and I had no way of warming up. I desperately tried to sleep the night away with my sleeping bag, but every time I took damage, it would reset my sleeping. And then I remembered there's one thing that could save me. If I could craft a campfire in time, I would be able to go next to it, and it would warm me up just enough so that I wouldn't freeze to death. But then it wasn't lit. I had to light it, and if I hadn't had flint and steel, then I probably would have died. I was so lucky to have flint and steel in my engineer's toolbox, but that's why I made it, so I could carry handy tools and have them anytime I needed them. Eventually the hypothermia went away and I was able to sleep. But after that I never went exploring or did anything at nighttime without carrying campfires with me. The next morning I wanted to continue exploring, and I found a convenient lava pool that I could warm up in, but my horse decided it had enough of freezing and decided to take a bath in the lava instead, and it died, losing me my gold horse armor and my only saddle at the time. This was very frustrating because I couldn't travel as fast, and I would expend more food over time. After much more traveling, I came across a savanna and a savanna village, which was a very good sign because I was looking for a desert so that I could obtain cactus and lots of sand. I snagged a little bit more loot from a nice house in the savanna village and proceeded to spend a part of the night mining sand. By morning, my sand mining had led me to some jasper, which I thought would be cool to collect because it looked really nice and I figured I could decorate with it. And I was able to get another horse, although it was a modded horse, which wasn't as good, but it was better than not having any horse at all. By the time night arrived, I was almost home, but I started dying of hypothermia again. But this time, I was able to make it home in time. On the morning of day 33, I found a frozen pond in the hills, and was finally able to obtain ice cubes from the ice. This meant that I'd be able to continue my exploits in the nether, because it would allow me to make a cooling coil. And this I quickly made, and I tested out. However, when I took it to the nether and stood next to it, I still increased in temperature, so it did not fully stop me from overheating, it just made it slower. I looked a little bit more closely at the gelled slime armor, and I realized that it was possible to obtain slime through a jellyfish, which is why I spent much of the next day fishing so that I can make fish bait for a fish trap and hopefully catch some jellyfish. Day 35 saw the introduction of a ventilation system to my house area so that any pollution caused by my furnaces would be sucked up and vented out a chimney at the top of my house. I also started using some jasper bricks for the roof, and I discovered that it looked pretty nice. I also checked my fish trap, however, it hadn't caught any jellyfish yet. Due to the continued lack of slime, I decided to craft a nature's compass, which basically allows me to search for any biome in the game, and it'll point in that direction and tell me the coordinates. So I searched for a swamp, and was able to find one not too far away. I somehow ran into a pool of poisoned water as well, which was not a pleasant experience. And that afternoon, on my way back, we had our first snowstorm in the prairie. Later that day, I returned back to the swamp. However, I was unsuccessful at obtaining slime, and I barely managed to stay alive because of the cold. I ended up back in the nether the next day because I needed to obtain some magma shards for heating coils to keep me warm in the overworld. I was able to spot another fortress though, which was nice, although it was pretty far away. And then, right as I was returning to my portal, I was finally saved. I found this other mob that drops blaze powder, and I realized that it might not be impossible to obtain that blaze powder. Back home at my base, I crafted 2 heating coils using my magma shards, which would allow me to stay warm even during the cold winter nights. And I actually found a couple blazes that spawned outside of a fortress. Apparently one of the mods adds that as a feature, and I was able to get 1 blaze rod from that. I also found a few more of the foxhounds on the way back to my portal and got even more blaze powder, and at this point I was really close to having enough to be able to make my blast furnace. I also looked at some recipes for things that I can make with wheat because I had a ton of wheat, and I got the last harvest of crops from the nearby village that were still growing before the winter. And then I realized I could use 1 carrot to make 3 stock, which is actually slightly better than the carrot by itself. So I ate that for a little while. And after one last trip to the nether, I was able to obtain the final bit of blaze powder that I needed to make my blast furnace. I at last had 12 blaze powder, and I made it back to the overworld before I died of hypothermia. The morning of day 39 saw 27 blast bricks being created, which would allow me to make my blast furnace at last. I set it up by my coke oven over in the field, and I started smelting some iron into steel right away using a bunch of the coal coke that I had been saving up over time. I eventually got around to making a better bridge after using a cobblestone thing for ages, and I set up a nice powered lantern on it so that it would look cool and mobs wouldn't spawn. And after enough time, I was able to get my first steel, 7 steel ingots. I did something a little bit different on day 40 and just looked at the world briefly with shaders on, and boy did it look really pretty, with the sun sliding down the hillside behind me. On day 41, I returned to the redwood forest and chopped down one singular tree and got 94 logs from it, and I was able to replant like 3 times as many trees with all the saplings that got dropped. I also took down the blast furnace after getting 27 steel from it because I was going to make it into an improved blast furnace which would smelt the steel even faster and more efficiently. Unfortunately, that required steel to begin with, but I was able to set it up after getting sieged by mobs. Unfortunately, continued use of my coke oven and blast furnace was beginning to create a sizable pollution cloud over the field, so I began setting up a water wheel instead, which would not produce any pollution and it would give me more power. Since you can attach 3 water wheels to one dynamo, I was able to make even more power than I anticipated, with the added bonus of it looking really cool in the river at the back of my base. Later in the day, I went back to the mines, and I didn't have to worry about freezing because it's warmer, closer to a bedrock level, and I was able to find some diamonds, and I mined some so that I could make an enchantment table and make enchantments finally. I also raided the nearby villages for bookshelves instead of trying to get the leather myself because that would be very time consuming. I ended up getting some okay enchantments like Fortune 2, and I decided to take it, and I was able to get a Silk Touch pickaxe, so I went back and mined the diamonds because I had a different plan for what I'd do with them to get more diamonds from each ore. I took advantage of the increase in heat near bedrock level and spent the next 2 days mining, partially so that I wouldn't freeze to death and partially because I needed a lot of stuff. And I also found this weird monster box thing which spawned a ton of zombies and a few other mobs, but I don't think I even got hit one time while fighting them. Unfortunately, it didn't really give me anything, so it was just kind of like rotten flesh and experience. But then I did find something very unique, which was this weird terracotta cave that was full of water, but it also had slime blocks in it, and I have no idea what added this. I've never seen it before in modern Minecraft, but it did mean that my slime troubles would be over, and I'd be able to make that gelled slime suit of armor so I could stay cool in the nether and hopefully obtain more blaze rods and other useful items. Immediately upon returning to the surface, again, I got hypothermia, and I had to make it back to my base fast. But when I did get there, I unpacked my big haul of stuff that I'd gotten down in the mines, using my handy storage crates, which are basically just the discount shulker boxes. The following morning, I began researching a world spike, which is basically a chunk loader, because my farming area was a little bit too far away from my base to be able to be loaded all the time. And I was lucky enough to find an enderman and get an ender pearl that evening, so the next day I was able to make a personal world spike. Unfortunately for me, it required fuel, and I thought that would just be coal or something simple, but no, it was not, and I'm still not quite sure what you use for fuel. But one good thing that did come out of that day was the garden cloche, a machine that would not only aid me in food production, but also power production over the coming days. With more power soon to be at my disposal, I began researching the first heavy machine that I'd make, the crusher. But I would also need a place to put that machine, which is why I started making the outline of my factory building that would house all of my heavy machinery in the days to come. On the morning of day 49, I noticed something very important. All the grass and leaves and everything were not as brown as it had been before, meaning that springtime was not far off. I also began making a ton of concrete for the floor of my factory, using slag for my blast furnace and a bunch of clay and other materials. And late that night, I hooked up my garden cloche and tested it out for the first time. All that it needs is water, power, and some dirt, and then whatever seeds that you want it to grow. And so I added water to the back of it, connected it to my water wheel, and I put in a piece of dirt and industrial hemp seeds, and I waited for it to grow. And sure enough, it produced the industrial hemp fibers and the seeds. Using my newfound wealth of hemp fibers from my garden clothes, I was able to add more windmill sails to my windmills, and I also checked my nutrition and did a little bit of research on food, and I discovered that Yorkshire pudding would not be too difficult to make, and it would supply 3 of the nutrients that I needed. Later that evening, I checked my cloche again and found that I had a bunch of hemp fibers, and I was able to use that to make a ton of string for bait for my trap, so that I could collect even more meat. The next morning, I wanted to add some powered lamps inside my base, and I got them all connected up, but I realized that if I used normal wires, I would constantly damage myself, so I swapped them out for insulated wires instead. I also reworked the wiring for my garden cloche so that it would connect to the overall power grid instead of just having the water wheel go to the cloche. One of the ingredients that I need for Yorkshire pudding was eggs, and I realized that I could use the eggs that I had obtained already to spawn just some normal Minecraft chickens instead of the modded chickens, and I could have an infinite egg farm, so I made a little area of my factory for that. And I fed the baby chicken half a stack of seeds to make it grow up really quickly, and I got a ton of milk for my Yorkshire pudding. And at the end of the day, I was able to craft a decent bit of it. Now that I had an area to put some of my machines in my factory building, I moved over my smelting array, and I used some of the bricks I got from it to expand my path at the back of my house. I also added on to my lighting system, and I brought my wires into the factory building so I could finally have power there, although there was a temporary setup at the time because I would make it a little bit better once I had walls. I also moved my garden cloche over so that all my machines would be in one spot, and the next day I got my first chicken egg from my chicken farm. Conveniently, the engineer's manual shows all the materials that you need for each different multi-block, and I began getting the materials I would need for the crusher, which required a lot of iron and steel, but luckily I'd been saving up for a long time to be able to make this, because the reason I needed the crusher is that if you put one ore into the crusher, you'll get 2 powdered versions of that ore, meaning you can double the output of everything you mine. On day 55, I assembled our very first large multi-block machine, the crusher, which would allow me to double my ore output and thereby get the resources I needed for the excavator even faster. Unfortunately, it requires a lot of power, a little bit more than I had at my disposal, even from several windmills and water wheels, but the good thing about it is that it will still run even if it doesn't have a lot of power. It just slows down a lot. So I was able to begin doubling my ore, but it just took a long time. I spent much of the next day buried in the engineer's manual trying to figure out which method of power production would be easier, and I ended up settling on a diesel generator because I could have made a giant steam turbine, but that would take way more materials, but I would have to make several processing things for the oil to actually make the diesel to run the generator. I also finally got around to upgrading my gear to steel, including my armor, which is a little bit worse than diamond, but it has a lot more durability than iron, and it has the added bonus of looking pretty fancy. By this point, spring had fully arrived, and everything was looking green, and the ice had melted from the nearby areas of water. My biggest concern was just waiting for my crusher to very slowly double my ore, so I ended up mining some andesite and doing some enchanting in the meantime. And I took that andesite and started building the corners of the walls for my factory building. Now that I had a crusher, I could take the diamond ore that I had silk touched a while ago and put it in the crusher so that I'd double all of it, which is a 100% guarantee, because I figured that was slightly safer than doing Fortune 2. But anyways, I transferred all the powdered ore over to my single furnace smelting system so it could slowly begin smelting over time. And then late that night, I made some more windmills in preparation for the next day when I'd hopefully expand my power grid and be able to power my crusher more effectively. I started right away setting up windmills on day 59 and started to connect them to the power grid. My main goal was to be able to get enough power to run the crusher at full speed and not have it be extremely slow, but at least in their current state without sails, the windmills were not enough to fully supply the crusher with enough power. Day 60 was a day of resource gathering where I went back to the redwood forest, and this time I got 145 logs from one tree, which was even more than last time. Then I went into a cave system for the rest of the day and just kind of ran around getting more iron and stuff that I could put in my crusher. But at one point I messed up the water in my water bucket and lost it, and so I had to run out of the cave and find water really fast. Although despite the arrival of spring, it was still cold enough in the mountains and at nighttime to make freezing a danger. I worked on enchanting some of my steel armor after I got back from resource gathering, and I did some little odd jobs around the factory building, like adding more external heaters and stuff like that to the furnaces, although unfortunately I did not have enough power yet to turn them all on. I also was slowly working on adding bricks around the outside of the building so that it would become safe, because there's still ways for mobs to get in, but we were really close to making it safe. In order to make more heavy machinery, I knew I'd need to increase my steel output, which meant that I'd need more coal coke, so I started researching the advanced coke oven to be able to produce it faster. I also started laying out window areas in the wall so that I know where not to build, so I could put windows in the future. I got all the materials I needed for the advanced coke oven. It wasn't too bad, it was about the same as a blast furnace. And then shortly thereafter I noticed that the sky was getting kind of dark, and I wasn't sure if a storm was forming, and it turned out just to be a rainstorm, so I wouldn't need it quite yet, but I would be needing it in the days to come. I was still faced with the problem of not being able to survive for long periods of time in the nether, so I used some of the slime and the ice cubes I gathered over the winter to make some gelled slime armor. Unfortunately, I had to go back to not recently loaded chunks to get some ice from them before it all melted. But in the end, I was able to make a full set of gelled slime armor in preparation for going back to the nether the following day. The following morning, I got all geared up in my gelled slime armor, got my cooling coil and a ton of water bottles and stuff, and I headed back to the nether because I was going to get to that fortress this time. I tested out my gelled slime armor next to the cooling coil, and it actually allowed me to cool down, which was a first. So I was able to get some basalt, which I'd need for building later on, and I made my way to the fortress. Along the way, I came across this ash biome, and I almost fell into lava pools, and I would have 100% died if I had, so I was really lucky to avoid that. I grabbed some bone blocks as well from this weird, flesh biome thing, and I turned into a vampire because I realized that you can use empty bottles on blood pools, and it just gives you water bottles, so neat. It did end up restoring my thirst, which was nice, meaning that I could stay longer, and I had to bridge out over lava to the nether fortress. The fortress was kind of I found one diamond in a loot chest, and I kind of was running out of the water at that point, so I decided to head back. And back at my base, I used some of the basalt to make it look like the bricks behind my furnaces were all blackened. I also made this really weird conveyor belt contraption thing for my super smelter, which would just move the items around in an endless loop, but they would never despawn because they kept going in and out of a chest. I also made these cool double door things that are 3 blocks wide for my factory, which look pretty cool. And I built up the walls a little bit higher behind the furnaces with the basalt. And then I had to start researching the first heavy machine that I'd need for the oil processing in order to fuel the diesel generator, and that was the pump jack. I was forced to make heavy engineering blocks as well for the first time, which are very expensive and required electrum, which I could only get by making an alloy kiln, so I had to do that as well. Electrum is made from silver and gold in the alloy kiln, and I got some the next morning after waiting for it to smelt overnight, and I finished getting all the materials I would need for the pump jack. I also added a second set of water wheels off the side of my base to get even more power because I'd be needing it in the coming days. I spent 3 full days just mining to get 5 stacks of iron at the very least, which I could turn into 10 stacks of ingots by doubling it in my crusher. I tried to make this the last time I'd have to go resource gathering underground in this 100 days, and I was able to be successful. All in all, I ended up with a ton of resources from that 3 days. Lots and lots of ore, which I'd use in machines, and tons of clay to turn into bricks for my factory building. I got to watch my clay go round in a circle the next day on my conveyor belt for my super smelter, which was very fun to watch, and I collected a ton of industrial hemp fiber from my garden close, and I started working on making some stuff for more windmills because I still needed more power. And then that evening, I noticed something ominous in the distance. There were clouds swirling, and I checked my radar, and there was a Category 3 tornado moving toward me very slowly, but it was making a beeline for my position. I took my horse, and I saw it a little bit closer up, and it was still in unloaded chunks, but it was definitely heading my way, and I could see it destroying the forest as I got into loaded chunks. All the leaves and everything were stripped off that forest, and that's exactly what would happen to the area around me if I hadn't made that weather deflector, which prevents block damage. I also decided to make a second one and put it in my factory building just in case the radius of the other one wasn't very big, but then I had to go back into my base soon because I started seeing mobs flying into the air like my horse. I forgot about my horse being out in the open, and it got picked up by the tornado. By morning it was almost on me, and I could not go outside because I'd immediately get picked up by it. At one point my horse randomly landed on the ground in front of me, and I was like, oh, my horse will be saved, we're good. But then it got picked up again only moments later. And unfortunately I never saw that horse ever again, which was very sad because it was a good horse. The only block damage that it caused afterward was it just stripped all the grass off of the dirt blocks and turned them back into dirt, which looked extremely weird having the actual grass blocks themselves, like the transparent ones that you can walk through, actually still there. It's very odd. But anyways, I set about setting up my windmills, which is what I meant to do originally, and I worked a little bit more on the wall section for my base. And by day 73, I had got about half of the walls done and looking pretty decent. although I still needed glass for the windows. On day 74, I finally got all the concrete placed in for the floor of my factory building, which was long overdue considering I started it like 20 days ago or something. And I also got a bunch of bricks from my smelter system, which would be very useful for finishing the walls. And I finally picked a window pattern, which was like some leaded glassing, which looked really cool. I also noticed that all my chickens were dead thanks to the tornado, which is not something I expected, but I was able to replenish my stock of chickens with eggs that they already had laid. All my windmills and water wheels I've been making over time finally rewarded me the next morning because my crusher would actually work non-stop now without slowing down and running out of power, which meant that I could crush my ore even faster. I also set out on an expedition to go find terracotta, and I originally was going to find a mesa, and I started to go in that direction, but I found this other like desert-related biome thing instead that was full of terracotta, so I just stayed there for several days and mined enough to get 18 stacks. Because I'd need terracotta for the roof of my factory building because I already knew what block I'd use. One really nice thing was that I got a new horse while I was gone on my expedition because my other horse had just vanished. I still never found out what happened to it. And it was a really fast horse, which made traveling very easy. And later that evening, I set out again on an expedition, this time for an ocean so that I could kill squid and get a ton of black dye, because I would be using black terracotta. I got about 2 stacks of dye before heading back, and on the return journey, I found another village that had this nice like railcraft little house in it, and had a manual rolling machine, which would mean that I could make minecart rails if I ever needed to. I looked at the block I'd be using when I got back on the next day, and it looked pretty nice. So I started filling in the roof with it, and I just had a little bit extra, a little bit more than I needed. I was very concerned that I wouldn't have enough and I'd have to go all the way back, but I was lucky and I did not have to do that. But the thing about having a roof now meant that any pollution that got created inside my factory building would not go up into the sky and get blown away by the wind eventually. It'd kind of just sit there, so I'd have to add a ventilation system soon. But I had better things to do that day, like admiring all the grit that I'd obtained from my crusher and dumping all of it into my super smelter. And then I also had to finish building up the little wall areas where the walls met the roof. But it was a bit difficult because I kept standing in pollution and I kept getting blindness and mining fatigue and some other nasty stuff. By this point, my nutrients were looking pretty good and I had an extra 8 hearts, which was really nice because I'd have to start tanking pollution damage pretty soon. And later that evening, I started making a little scaffolding walkway area up in the ceiling so that I could hang lights and wire relays and stuff off of it. And I also made a ventilation system, but it wasn't super effective. It got the pollution out eventually, but it wasn't amazing. And I had to make a little chimney, mostly just because it would look cool, and then I fell off the roof. While I was doing all that building, all my grits and stuff were smelting into ingots, and I had a big collection of ingots that I could use. I went out and grabbed some more wood and almost got crushed by a tree. I narrowly avoided that. But by then, I was basically ready to start building my heavy machinery. And I also got a good look at the pollution cloud from far away, and it's not even that bad yet. I'm sure at least someone has already screamed in the comments that I should make a metal press, and yes, I know I've played Aversive Engineering before. I just didn't get around to it for a while. But anyways, day 83, made a metal press, and if you don't know what that is, it basically just allows you to make plates and gears and wires and other things more easily, and you don't have to use like crafting recipes to make it. I started reworking my power system inside the factory by putting relays on the ceiling off the little girders that I added so that I could get power more easily to all the different machines. And I also added a capacitor bank so it would kind of have like a certain amount of power always stored in case something happened to like disrupt my power supply. And I made my first metal plates using the metal press, which then I turned into a fluid tank so that I'd have a place to store all the massive amounts of creosote oil that I was creating from my coke oven. It was satisfying watching the creosote oil go into the tank because you can view how much is in it in real time when you hold a bucket in your hand. And then I decided to juice the output of my coke oven even more by adding some preheaters to it, which would basically just speed up the process at the cost of a little bit of power. To be honest, I did almost nothing noteworthy on day 85 except add some lights to the outside of my building. But on day 86 and 87, I was gathering materials for my distillation tower, which was another machine that I needed to refine the crude oil that you get from the pump jack and turned it into usable things like diesel. After a lot of crafting and a lot of iron and steel, I got all the materials for the distillation tower and I started getting everything I need for the diesel generator. Unfortunately, by this point, I was low on steel, and having to craft 13 heavy engineering blocks would drain the rest of my steel, meaning I wouldn't be able to fully make the diesel generator at this time. And to solve my steel shortage, I decided to make preheaters for the blast furnace as well, which basically do the same thing as I do to the coke oven and speed up the smelting time of the iron into steel. And at the end of the day, I made a very crucial machine which would help me the next day, a core sample drill. And basically what you can do with this is you put it on the ground in just any chunk, and you can give it power, and it'll basically take a sample of whatever's underground, like if there's a lot of ore or if there's a lot of a liquid. And in this case, I was looking for crude oil deposits. The first chunk that I found has like iron and stuff like that in it, which isn't terribly helpful at the moment, but I would use it later. The textures for the core samples got a little bit bugged, but I was able to find a chunk that had a lot of crude oil in it after a while, which is where I'd position my pump jack. Having located a deposit of crude oil, the next 3 days were spent in building heavy machinery. I started out by making the pump jack because that would allow me to get crude oil, which I could then start turning into diesel. And by the time I had the generator, I'd have fuel for it. Because I was smart about this, and a long time ago, I made a high voltage capacitor which can store 4 million RF. And basically what I did is I let that charge over time so that I'd have enough power to jumpstart my machines to actually give the diesel generator fuel so that the diesel generator could take over the power generation. And to give it a test run, I hooked up my newly made pump jack to a wooden barrel of all things, and I took my capacitor and attached it to the power input and let it run for a little bit, and it has the coolest animation ever. It looks so good. And you were able to see that I was gaining slowly crude oil in my barrel. But then it was time to build the distillation tower, which was a nightmare of iron sheet metal and steel scaffolding to build. It took a really long time. It was really tall. That clip you just watched is like a quarter of me building it, and it's sped up to 500%, so it was kind of a pain to build, but we finally got the distillation tower. But the cool thing is now I can put power in it, and I can put in crude oil, and it'll separate out the crude oil into gasoline and diesel and lubricant. For my purposes right now, I only need the diesel, so I just have to store the other two fluids because I can't really use them for anything. But I connected up both outputs of the pump jack to the distillation tower so they would immediately put all the crude oil into the distillation tower. I tested out the pump jack a little bit, and it just put the crude oil right into the internal buffer of the distillation tower. Then when I gave the tower more power, it started separating it out into the 3 different liquids. And at last, after all those machines, I had the infrastructure in place to be able to build the diesel generator and use it once I had it. I had the ability to produce lots of diesel and constantly fuel it. So I built it using tons of heavy engineering blocks and other stuff. And there we have it. Diesel generator has been completed, meaning I can produce enough power to run the excavator once I construct it. I tested it out by putting in the diesel that I'd already collected, and it filled up the capacitor really fast. The next morning I made medium voltage wire stuff and started connecting all my machines up because I took 2 out of the 3 outputs from the diesel generator and I combined them into one line that would go out and power the pump jack and the distillation tower. I also checked the pollution cloud above my factory, and there was a semi-constant stream of pollution reaching it whenever I had the diesel generator active because it produces a huge amount of pollution, and it would quickly become difficult to live in that area. And sure enough, when I ran over there inside the building, I started to get debuffs like weakness and mining fatigue, and it would only get worse from there. Day 39, I made 2 tanks to hold the excess liquids that I had, the gasoline and lubricant, because I don't have a use for them. And I connected up a big pipe from the output of the distillation tower, and it would basically just transfer all of the other things into these tanks, and then it would only divert the diesel into the diesel generator. The next morning, I connected up the pipeline from the distillation tower to the inputs of the diesel generator, and it just constantly inputted the diesel that was being created into the generator, meaning that it was self-sustaining now. I was even able to sit there and watch the gasoline and lubricant being added to the tanks, in addition to the pollution spewing into the sky from my chimney. I quickly turned off the diesel generator though because I didn't have a use for it to be constantly active. I just needed enough to charge some power cells. And then I realized that the pollution was getting to a point where it was killing my chickens. My chickens had straight up died in my chicken farm. I did not expect this to happen. They would have gotten poisoned and then withered eventually. And unfortunately, I was forced to move them. But luckily, there were plenty of eggs. But it was still very sad, and I was taking a ton of damage sitting in there. I moved them to a new safe place in the field, and I just created the chicken farm again. On the morning of day 96, it was time to get the materials for the excavator because I had the infrastructure to run it. I had enough power at this point, but I just had to get all the materials, which was in of itself very time consuming because it's a very large and expensive multi-block machine. It takes a huge amount of steel. The bucket alone takes 20 steel scaffolding and 9 solid blocks of steel, so I ended up having to wait for a little while for my steel to smelt. But I ended up getting provided with a distraction in the form of another tornado on day 97, and this time it went a little bit differently. For one thing, it was not as strong of a tornado as before, but I also managed to get picked up in it while riding my horse, and I just kind of got set into the middle of it, and I flew around for a little bit. and then I started to drift down because it was a pretty weak tornado. And I assumed that I would die, or at the very least my horse would die when I hit the ground, but it wasn't falling very fast, so I didn't die, but my horse got picked up again and I couldn't get back on it. All the other animals around me had died or taken a ton of damage when they landed, and so I assumed that my horse would die again. This would be the second horse I lost to tornado. But somehow my horse managed to survive. I found it down at the bottom of the hill, and I was able to ride it to safety inside my factory building. After the events of the previous day in the tornado, enough steel had smelted in the meantime that I was able to make the last bit of materials that I need for the excavator. So on day 98, I set about building it in front of my factory building, in the chunk that I had found a while ago that contained iron and sulfur. It only took me a few tries with the engineer's hammer to figure out where I needed to click to form the multi-block, but when I did, I was well rewarded. And on the morning of the second to last day, after all this time and after all the machines I made, I was able to run the excavator for the first time using my high voltage capacitor, which drained incredibly quickly. It started out by mining dirt in its buckets and outputting dirt out the back, and eventually it got to stone and it would start to give me ore. Out the back is where the stuff gets output, and you can like put a chest there and other stuff, but I didn't feel the need to do that at the moment because it was so near the end of the 100 days, and after about 30 seconds of running, it had just completely drained the entire capacitor that I had, and I was able to obtain some iron ore from it and sulfur. That evening I turned on my shaders that were compatible with all the mods and everything in preparation for the final day so that we could take a cinematic look at the world. And there we have it, the dawn of day 100. I only managed to wreck the environment a little bit, just a little bit. There's definitely not a huge pollution cloud up there that I will 100% die to if I walk under it. I figured I'd turn on the excavator one more time in honor of the 100th day. You know, I log back into the world after being gone for a while, and I immediately die of pollution. Literally, like, don't even get to do anything, I just start dying. So, I spend the rest of day 100 researching ways to not die to the pollution, like filtering it out and getting a respirator, and lo and behold, another tornado shows up. We literally just had a tornado like 3 days ago, and we already have an F4 tornado coming from the same direction, and we haven't even been on the world for like 5 minutes yet. At the very least, I was able to get my horse to safety this time before the tornado showed up, which is not something I've been very good at before. And then I just spent the rest of that evening and part of the next morning watching the tornado from under the safety of my rock overhang. And I passed the time by crafting some gold horse armor, although I eventually realized later that I already had some and I didn't need to craft any. And I'm greeted with a nice surprise in the form of some acid rain when I leave the safety of my rock overhang. I need some leather to make my respirator, and I don't have very much, and I don't really feel like slaughtering the local cows, so I end up making an industrial squeezer instead, which I can use to compress rotten flesh into leather at the cost of a little bit of power. So I'm able to do that, and it gives me blood as a byproduct. I don't know what I'll ever do with that. I'll probably just stick it into wooden barrels somewhere. But I'm able to make the diamond respirator, which basically allows me to go under the pollution cloud for a limited amount of time until the respirator's filters get filled up. And I don't really know if there's a way to clean them out. I never really found a way. But it did allow me to gather a bunch of leaves, which I'd need for my pollution filtering the next day. The next morning, I spent a few more of my limited diamonds that I got from the previous 100 days to make 2 diamond filters, and I also craft a pollutant pump, both of which I'll be using to filter out the pollution from the sky. And I'm able to survive underneath the cloud until my respirator fills up, so I don't have very long to set up my filtering system. And the funny thing is that the actual pipe that takes the pollution out is way taller than the smokestack, so it kind of looks like the filtering pipe is producing pollution, but it's actually the other way around. And I fill the MLG because the screen is really dark because of pollution, and yeah. And I hook up the pollutant pump to the power grid and realize that my respirator is 100% full on carbon and I literally can't use it anymore. However, I am able to make another one, and I go back underneath the cloud of pollution one last time so that I can put in the leaves into the filters, because the leaves will filter out the carbon and produce coal dust as a byproduct, which I set up an automated extracting system for. And on day 103, I'm able to watch the pollution cloud disappear right before my eyes, although not very quickly. The next morning, I finished digging out the area for a path that will kind of go around the river near my old base, and it basically will be coated in brick eventually, although I'm not sure when because I don't have a lot of brick right now. And then another tornado shows up. This is about the 3rd tornado we've had in around 10 days. Unfortunately, I forget to get my horse to safety, but luckily for me, it lands on top of a tree, and I'm able to rescue it without it getting killed. And by that evening, the pollution had disappeared even more, and by the next morning, the pollution cloud had gone down enough that I could go underneath it without a respirator this time and only get minimal effects. And then I started switching out my garden cloche so that it would grow cactus instead of the industrial hemp, because I need a lot of green dye in the near future for a project that I have in mind. I also checked my nutrition. We're doing okay for now, but I still don't have the full additional 10 hearts. And I had to turn on my diesel generator for a bit and start replenishing the pollution cloud before it was even gone, because I'd need to run my core sample drill a bunch, which is what I did for the remainder of that day and day 106. Because I was looking for a very specific type of vein underground. I did find a gold vein and a few other things like a galenia vein or galena. I might be mispronouncing that. But what I was looking for was a silt vein, because if you park your excavator over a silt vein, you can get sand, clay, and gravel just automatically with that. And I'd need all of those resources in the coming days. It was also becoming incredibly tiring having to run all the way across my entire field just to get milk from my one cow. So I decided to bring my cow back to my area, and I made a little leashing area for my horse and my cow so that I could keep them near my stuff and they wouldn't be able to run off and get picked up by tornadoes as easily. I spent the next several days exploring for sand, clay, and limestone, which I would mine manually until I could set up my excavator and run it properly. So I went to the desert, I mined a bunch of sand, and I got a bunch of sandstone to go with that as well, because I can put the sandstone in my crusher and it will actually give me 2 sand per sandstone. So it was more efficient to mine the sandstone as opposed to just normal sand. I also found a diamond on the ground that I'm assuming dropped from a tumbleweed when it hit a cactus and broke, because they have really random loot tables. And then I went and mined a bunch of clay underground, and I kept mining little bits of chisel limestone. But you could only find it in really small quantities, and that wasn't going to do it, so I'd have to find a bigger deposit of it if I really wanted to get as much as I needed. I also found this little weird mossy cobblestone overgrown cave biome underground, and it led me to a giant dungeon area, like a really big version of what we found in the first 100 days, and I got some decent loot from it. But I also had to fight off a horde of zombies, because there are a lot of zombie spawners there. I suppose if I ever needed experience, I could just come back to one of these places and make like a super overpowered zombie farm. But I also found a normal dungeon, but there wasn't really like anything super good in it. The next day, on day 111, I went back to my base with my massive haul of stuff from underground and mining sand and everything. And it took me a long time to unload all of it. But I also went to put all of my sandstone and stuff into the crusher. I noticed along the way that the pollution was getting better. The pollution cloud has started to go down, which was good because those respirator things cost a full diamond each, and I don't have a ton of diamonds to just devote to respirators. But I still needed limestone as a primary building block in my first build, which would actually kind of be my house/living area. So I went looking underground with no success in finding a large limestone deposit. So that evening, I went back and I made a ton of Yorkshire pudding because I was getting low on it. Even afterward into the night, I kept exploring, looking for caves that I'd already been to because I'd remembered seeing some somewhere in a cave, and I just didn't remember where. And then I finally found it, although winter had kind of come by that point, or at least it was starting to freeze at night, and I got hypothermia. Speaking of hypothermia, I saw a lot of comments on my other videos saying that I said hypothermia when I was overheating. I actually said hyperthermia because that's the overheating equivalent of hypothermia. I just thought I'd clarify that. But at the very least, I was able to get a ton of limestone from that deposit, and I'd be set for the rest of my time. And then a tornado spawned, and it kind of chased me home. I did not want to get caught in that out in the open, and it eventually made its way back to my base, but I was able to return safely before it could harm me or my horse. It was also a really weak tornado as well, and it actually turned into like a thunderstorm or something else right before my eyes on the weather table. So it ended up not causing any problems, but it did scare me a little bit when I first saw it. That evening, I went out to gather beetroots, of all things, from one of the nearby villages. And you might be wondering why I need beetroots, and it's actually for the same reason that I need cactus for green dye, because I need them for red dye. I actually am trying to acquire green, red, and blue dye for a certain project. So I made my current garden close start making beetroots because I had plenty of cactus. And on day 114, I began making crafting clay, starting with blue, and I'd be making the other colors later on. But the cool thing was, my pollution cloud was almost gone except for the sulfur, and the sulfur's not really hurting anything right now, so I decided to leave it. Then I made some green crafting clay and the red crafting clay, so I was able to make a deco bench, which is a gateway to many, many, many decorative items, literally hundreds of fully modeled, realistic looking things, which is really nice, from like food props to windows that are their own blocks that look amazing. And so I started testing it out. You basically just put in your clay and you can take out whatever item you want. It'll just cost a different amount of clay. So I started with a window just to see what it would look like. And the window actually looked insane. That's the level of detail that everything in there has. I also took out a tiny R2D2 because it was kind of cute, and I'd stick that on my furnace a little bit later. And then after that, I started gathering my materials. I got my different limestone blocks and a few other types of bricks. And I even stuck a nice sign from the deco bench, like a anvil sign, outside my factory building because I thought it looked cool. The morning of day 15 saw the beginning of my first large building project here, larger than my original factory building and more detailed in many ways, and to extend for quite a few days, so I think the best way to do it justice is in the form of a montage. Well, the house isn't anywhere near finished yet, but we did get a bunch of the exterior done, and it's looking really nice. And also during the time of building, I did get a bunch of plant oil from my industrial hemp seeds with my squeezer, which I'll be needing later. And I also traveled about 500 blocks just to get spruce wood because I need it for the floor and the doors, as you saw in the montage. I also finally got around to making wool armor, which will keep me warm during the winter because you probably saw I was freezing to death a few times there, which was not very epic. So made a full suit of that, although it looks kind of funny and I don't get much armor from it. And I was able to make a giant tree as well, which I could chop down and get a ton of logs from. And when I chopped it down, my axe was left on exactly 0 durability, which I thought was interesting. On day 121, I realized that you can use your saw, which I'd just been using as a crafting item before to turn logs into planks and stuff. I realized that you can use it to actually break blocks that are wood related just as easily as you can with an axe. So I spent the rest of the day making my 2 wooden floors out of these cool smooth spruce planks, which look really nice. They're a little bit cleaner looking than the normal spruce planks from vanilla. And by the next day, I was all set to make the walls as the second floor because I'd actually have something to stand on this time. I also made these really cool lanterns, which look really nice, and decided that I'd be using them for a lot of light sources in all my builds later on. I also semi-automated the production of steel with a hopper on top and like actual chest outputs for steel so I could get steel a bit faster. And the only nutrition that I was missing at this point was fruit, so I decided to get a bunch of berries. I just spent the rest of the day building the walls on the second story of my house using limestone, and it looked really nice when I started to add the lanterns and the special windows from DecoCraft. I don't know what the deal is with enchantments in this version, but I've been getting really bad level 30 enchants. Like, I literally just got smelting, which is really bad if you think about it because I need like the ore to actually double it in the crusher, and smelting will give me the ingots of ores that I mine. It's good for a couple things because it does silk touch related stuff, but mostly it's bad, and I immediately tried to figure out how to unenchant it, but unfortunately there's not a way to do that in this mod pack. But I did set about mining a bunch of slate during the rest of the day so that I could use it for the roof of my house. The next morning I got back from mining my slate and I turned it into the slate roof tile thingy, which looks super nice. And I also checked the pollution filters, and they're doing pretty well. They're getting a little bit low on leaves, but I don't need to refill them quite yet. And they're doing their job of keeping the pollution at bay as I periodically turn on my diesel generator to charge my capacitor banks. I started experimenting with roof designs, and it took me a while to get something that I liked, but eventually I settled on a combination of limestone ridges and a slate roof in between that. And I also added some windows that kind of come out of the roof, and I think that added the finishing touch that I needed. The following morning, I finished off the roof that I'd started the previous night, and I was able to do all the back of it, and nothing really was different. This time, I added some bump-out windows, dyed a little bit of hypothermia, just the usual things, modded Minecraft things. No need to be too concerned about it, although I should probably find some way to not immediately freeze to death, especially during the day. That would be very beneficial. But the windows started looking really epic once I added the special window blocks that actually look like real windows from DecoCraft, and that's what completed the roof for me. Well, I had a roof over my head now, and I've got some walls. The heating is a little bit debatable, but we'll get there eventually. So it was time to move into my house, which meant moving my items, which, if you know much about moving items in Minecraft, then you can imagine how long and annoying it was, especially because I had to use trap chests to make a full wall of chests because this is too early of a version of Minecraft to just place double chests next to each other, or chests in general next to each other. That would be too convenient. No, we can't do that. So I spent the rest of that night and all of the next day moving items from my original starting area underneath that cliff thing by the river into my new house in my new storage system, which was much closer to my factory building. And you also may have noticed that I left one wall completely open, and that's because I'm going to be making my second factory building right next to my house so that I don't even have to go outside to get to it. It's going to also house my new power generation, which we'll get to soon. And they're both going to just seamlessly connect. The two buildings will just form one wall on the street, and it will look very epic. On day 127, I did something that I meant to do during the first 100 days, and I ran out of time to do, which is make a multi-block kitchen because there's a ton of food items in this mod pack, and it's hard to keep track of all of them. It's hard to know what you can make with all of them because there's so many different food items from Pam's Harvest Craft. But there's one solution to that, and that solution is called cooking for blockheads, which adds a multi-block kitchen where you can basically just make a bunch of different kitchen storage items and like a sink, a fridge, other stuff like that. and you can put all your items in it, and it'll show you everything that you can make with the items that you have stored in there at any given time. It constantly updates, and it allows you to see everything in one spot. The amount of items that you can store in it just depends on how much storage you make. And you can also make tool racks and other places to store your utensils for cooking stuff, and it's overall a really nice mod. One of the great things is that it showed me a couple new food items that I didn't even know I could make, some of which are actually really good, like stuffed duck, because stuffed duck doesn't actually take that much to make, and it restores 4 nutrients at once from one food, which is really good. The only thing it doesn't restore is dairy, and it's not too difficult to just like go out and drink milk buckets, for example. My mission for day 128 was to decorate the bottom of my house, which is actually going to be a little pub area with like chairs and tables and a fireplace and stuff. So I started making the walls and some beams on the ceiling using spruce wood, and I had to go all the way to the nether just to get one more piece of netherrack because I needed 2 when I had 1. It was kind of lame. But when I actually got the fireplace working, I didn't light anything on fire, and it looked pretty nice. Although I ran into problems in the nether with my darn smelting pickaxe because it gave me nether bricks instead of netherrack. That's one of the downsides of that enchantment. For my chairs and tables, I went back to the DecoCraft mod that night, and I took out a few chairs and tables from my deco bench, and I found some that look really nice. You can also sit in the chairs as well, which is a nice functional feature, and you could see like the moonlight coming through the window. It looked very epic. And I also checked the deco bench. There is actually a chandelier, and I was afraid it was going to be really big because it wouldn't let me place it down at first. But when I actually went back to my pub area and I tried to place it on the ceiling, it turned out to be a very reasonable size, and it looks extremely nice, so I'm happy with it. The next morning I finished decorating the area around the kitchen and the bar, and it looked pretty cool, although it was still missing a few lanterns. It was a bit dim in there, and we don't really have any trouble with mob spawning because the powered lanterns outside prevent mob spawning, but it still needs to be a little bit lighter. So I solved the problem by sticking a few lanterns above the bar. And that evening I went to my chicken farm and discovered that I somehow caught a sheep in it. Or at least I think that's a sheep, I'm not really sure. But it's not a chicken and it doesn't really do anything. So I'm just going to leave there for now. I had my heart set on making stuffed duck. So I started taking steps toward being able to automate at least part of what I needed to make that. And my first step was to upgrade the storage area around my garden cloche so that I could store large amounts of a couple items using storage drawers. And stuffed duck, it restores 4 nutrients out of 5 per thing that you eat. But there are foods that restore all 5 at once. But those are a little bit beyond me for now, and I'll have to wait on that. So I started to break some frost gardens instead so I could get berries. So I can make a bunch of fruit bait to put in my ground trap. Because that's the only way I can get the duck right now. I kind of just catch just pieces of duck. They just kind of show up in the ground trap. But don't question it, it's fine. I also made a very, very important discovery that you can grow almost any type of seed in a garden cloche. I thought you could just grow vanilla and like hemp seeds in there, but you can grow corn and even other stuff that I discover later on. So that would make mass producing the stuffed duck much easier. The next morning I took my newfound knowledge of garden cloches and I made 2 more of them so I could grow even more crops like onions and garlic and things I needed for my stuffed duck. And I also set up a bunch of little heater things so that I wouldn't freeze to death in my factory building because I got really tired of that. Luckily, connecting 2 more garden cloches and running them constantly wasn't draining the power from my capacitor that was like supplying the entire building, so that was good. And I set up a little automated thing for the ground trap because it actually interacts with hoppers, which is really convenient. So I can just put a ton of the bait in it, and then I can just have the output go to a chest. And it actually did work. On the next morning, I got a bone. And I also began planting an apple orchard because you can't really shove saplings in the garden cloche, which makes sense, but it's unfortunate. And that afternoon I moved on to make the outline for my factory building, which has a couple unique properties. Because one, it's going to have a stable underneath part of it where I could put my horse and my cow right next to my house so that they're safe from tornadoes and other things. And it's also going to have the excavator incorporated into one of the walls because I'm not moving it. It needs to sit over the iron vein. And that's the best place for it. So I think it will look pretty cool later on. Actually, I know it will look cool because I already know what happens. And I had to make sure that the factory building was big enough to accommodate a massive steam turbine because that is our chosen method of power production that is way better than the diesel generator, and it's actually completely clean, at least if you run it a certain way, which I'll explain later. I also decided to make a really big smokestack, so I had to lay out a foundation for that. It's completely unnecessary, but it's going to look very cool. And you're probably wondering why I need a giant smokestack for a clean steam turbine. And that's not important right now. We'll deal with that later. But what is important now is the arrival of spring and my need for andesite and concrete for the floors. So I went and gathered a bunch of andesite for walls, and I made a bunch of concrete because I had a lot of slag that had been accumulating over time from my blast furnace. And by the end of that day, I was able to fully coat the floor in concrete as I did in my first factory building, and it was looking pretty good. I turned on my excavator until I drained a high voltage capacitor the next morning just for fun, and then I had to go out and look for some rice in a swamp. But first I made this like really cool food. I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm not going to try, but I eventually found some rice from Soggy Gardens, I think that's what they're called. I even found this weird bird peacock thingy on my way back, and when I got back I was able to swap out my strawberries for rice to grow in the garden close, because rice is one of the things I need for my stuffed duck. And that evening I set about gathering the materials for the first machine that I would need in order to start my steam production, the distiller, which turns normal water into distilled water, which turns into steam more easily. And on the morning of day 135, I made said distiller and was able to turn it on, although I kind of got ambushed by a tornado, which was unexpected. It was a really weak tornado, and it turned into a thunderstorm pretty quickly, so it wasn't a big deal. And I was able to make my distiller without getting yeeted into the sky. And then I made 2 fluid pumps so that I could pump water from an infinite water source into the distiller using fluid pipes and a little bit of power. And when I turned it on, you could watch the water slowly fill up the internal tank of the distiller. And then when I gave the distiller power, you could see it turn the water into distilled water. I then went and cleared out a space in the field next to my factory building because I need a largish area to place a solar tower, which will basically use the power of the sun to turn the distilled water, or just normal water, into steam for me, although that only runs during the day. I also started growing garlic instead of one of my other crops, and that was one of the last things I would need for my stuffed duck. And I also got a ton of milk from my milking cow. And at the end of the day, I realized that I finally filled up all of my nutrition and I gained all extra 10 hearts, which is a very nice sight, although I still had to worry about maintaining all extra 10 hearts. The solar tower takes a lot of steel to make, but I didn't have any shortages on that because I'd been making steel the entire time so far, because I knew I'd need a lot of it in the future. So it wasn't any problem getting all the resources to build it, and I left enough room around it so that I could make 4 solar reflector things, which are basically just big mirrors that actually make the solar tower work, because by itself it can't turn any water into steam because it doesn't reflect its own light. I would leave that till the next day, and I instead started laying the pipe from my distiller to the solar tower's input so I could get my distilled water to that through a pipeline. And once it was hooked up, I was able to watch the distilled water input rapidly into the solar tower. And I was pleasantly surprised to see that my apple trees grew on their own, and I was able to get my first harvest of apples, meaning I could finally make some stuffed duck. Next day I made my 4 solar reflectors, which are not too bad, although they each require a block of silver, although I had plenty of silver, so it wasn't any big deal. I then laid a pipe from the output of the solar tower to a big fluid tank that would be inside the factory building to store steam overnight, because my idea was that if I could make enough steam during the day, then I could store it and I would have enough to run the turbine overnight without having to make a boiler, which uses diesel to turn water into steam, which does a lot of polluting, as you could imagine. The next morning I checked my steam tank, and steam was getting inputted just as I hoped once the sun rose, and you could look inside the solar tower and see the water getting turned into steam right before your eyes. And then I got hit by a tornado, which I was not expecting, and it was going straight for my chickens, which did not have a roof. And I was getting pulled by the tornado, but I barely managed to slap a roof onto the chicken pen so that they wouldn't get destroyed by the tornado. And then I was forced to sit there and wait for the tornado to go away, but then when it passed over me, I got picked up it instead of the chickens. I didn't take any fall damage there, but I also lost my water because it did the glitchy thing with the water bucket, so I would have to land in already existing water to not die. That was only mildly terrifying, but eventually it passed by, and I started getting resources for my steam turbine, which is very, very expensive. It takes 24 heavy engineering blocks, among other things, and I didn't have enough iron. I thought I did, but I was forced to mine yet more iron the next day, which is what I did for most of day 140. Until the very end of the day when I got back and was able to put my iron into the crusher, which would be the last time I would have to go mining for iron in this series. The next day I used all the iron that I gathered the previous afternoon to start making the last little bit of my steam turbine, but I also had to make an alternator, which is a second multi-block machine which you connect to the steam turbine, and that's what converts the kinetic energy into actual power, which I can use. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of steel, so I had to AFK for a bit to get all my steel, and during that time summer arrived, I had to get a cooling coil so I wouldn't overheat in my factory building, and then I started using all my steel to make high voltage coil blocks, generator blocks, other stuff like that, just lots of micro crafting. And that evening I started building the steam turbine part of the generator so that I could have something to do while I waited for my steel to keep smelting. Day 143 saw the completion of the massive steam turbine, and a little bit later on the alternator, although it took me a little while to figure out where I had to right click with the engineer's hammer. But eventually I got it, and it was quite big, but by that point I had enough steel so I could make my generator blocks, meaning that I could build the alternator, although I built it the wrong way around the first time, so I had to tear it down and reverse this direction so that it would properly connect to the steam turbine. But once I got it, it looked very epic, and it was ready to connect with my pipeline to the steam output, and it slowly started spinning, and it made a really nice sound. And when I went to check the alternator, it already had over 1,000,000 RF in it, because that's a huge internal bank, so we were going to get all the power we could ever need. In fact, we get about 12,000 RF per tick. For context, one excavator takes about 4,000 RF per tick, so we could technically power 3 simultaneously if we wanted to. Well, I had a massive abundance of power now, but I had to find a way to distribute it, which would first require some high voltage power lines. And I made the connectors and the wires okay, but the relays required insulating glass, which was a little bit annoying. I had to take some of my iron ingots and turn them into pulverized iron to make it. And I also set up like a little rafter thing above my factory building so I could put the high voltage power lines up there, because if you touch them, they do a huge amount of damage. You do not want to touch them. They need to be far away from players. And I started by hooking up all 6 outputs to one set of high voltage lines, but I'd eventually change that around. And I also got attacked by this really nasty baby zombie that had an enchanted iron sword, and it had knockback, at least knockback 1, maybe even knockback 2, but I decided to take one output of the alternator and connect it to my low voltage power grid system, which powered lamps and other stuff. So I figured it would have more than enough power than it needed at that point. And when I connected the excavator to the remaining high voltage lines, it ran continuously and smoothly because it had more power than it needed. The next morning I checked my distiller, and it wasn't getting a lot of power, which was concerning, but at the very least our steam production was pretty good. We were increasing steam slowly. The solution that I chose to the lack of power in the distiller was to swap out that low voltage output that I set up last night with a medium voltage. And I ended up making my first double power line with 2 different power grids on it. I kept them separate. I kept a medium voltage power line separate for larger machines, and I kept the low voltage line separate for lights and pumps. That was pretty much all I used for it at the moment. And when I connected the distiller to the medium voltage power grid, it got plenty of power and it was producing distilled water at an excellent speed. The next day I still had more work to do. I started by putting an output chest for the excavator so that the items didn't just get dumped on the ground, because I could run it constantly now, which was amazing. I wouldn't have to go mining for iron anymore. And there was still work to be done on my power grid. I had to reconnect my first factory building to the power grid, and instead of reconfiguring everything to run off medium voltage on the inside, I ended up making a transformer so I could take the medium voltage power line and use it to power the factory building, but I wouldn't have to switch everything off of low voltage inside of that. And by that evening I got everything connected up, and after a few forgotten power lines I had to place in, we were getting power once again inside my factory building. I spent the next 3 days just doing some odd jobs and kind of just admiring the machines for a bit of that time, like the excavator, which was incredibly satisfying to watch. And we started to get a lot of iron. I also am getting sulfur from this vein, but I don't really have a use for sulfur. I'm kind of just storing it at the moment. I believe you can use it along with other stuff to make gunpowder, but that's not something I'm really interested in right now. But one productive thing I did do during those days was I set up another solar tower so that I could double my steam production during the day. Because with only one solar tower active during the day, I wasn't able to fully fill up my tank of steam by the evening, and I would just quickly run out. So I was hoping that by making a second one, I would be able to have a full tank of steam by the evening and I could run it overnight, because I can't really make any power if I don't have steam. And there's no clean way to produce power at nighttime. And with that knowledge, there came an unfortunate realization on day 50. While I was getting steam really fast, and I would get a full tank of steam by the evening, it would drain incredibly quickly, as we'll see by the end of this day. But until then, I was able to charge up my capacitors to full capacity really quickly from the alternator, because I got rid of another high voltage power line slot so I could just stick my capacitor banks there. And I also started working on the walls of the factory building, following a similar pattern that I used in the first 100 days. Yeah, and by that evening I was left with a full buffer of steam in one of the solar towers and a full tank. But the second that the sun went down, it began draining at almost a bucket per second, which was not going to last very long. It certainly wouldn't last the full 10 minutes. And so the only thing that I'd be able to do to power my steam turbine during the night would be to make a boiler, which is not a clean solution. The boiler in of itself isn't very expensive to make, especially now with my unlimited supplies of iron, but it runs off of diesel, as did the diesel generator, and we all saw what that did to the environment. But there's one somewhat good thing about this, because I still have my steam tank by the end of the day, and that gets me through about half the night, so I only need it active for half of every night. And there's actually a way that I can use a redstone control to make it turn on once a comparator detects that the tank is empty, so that it doesn't turn on any earlier than it needs to, so it can produce pollution for the least amount of time. At least that was my hope. And by the end of the day, I'd assembled my boiler actually in the outline for my smokestack. That's why I built that, because I thought I might be needing the boiler, but I wasn't sure yet, and I figured it would be a good vent for the pollution. Conveniently for me, I can use redstone wires to transmit redstone signals, but it took me a little bit of time to figure out how to use it. I started by putting one on the back of the comparator, and I had to make like a line of it that would go over to the boiler, because all multi-block machines from Immersive Engineering and its submods have redstone control, and you can invert it or keep it normal. For my purposes, I would be keeping it normal, but it took me a little bit to figure out how to do that, because I got really confused. It took me forever to figure out that actually I had to make the little redstone connectors either input or output to actually get a signal from them. And I was able to get diesel from my oil processing stuff, so I put some in the generator in preparation for nighttime, just to see how much it would use and what would happen exactly. And I also started connecting up pipelines, because I had to make one for the steam output and one for the water input, which became a giant tangled mess of pipes pretty quickly underneath my floor. Later on that night, the boiler turned on and it began using diesel incredibly quickly, so I'd have to make a dedicated pipeline output from my distillation tower to constantly input diesel into it whenever I wanted to run it. And that's exactly what I tried to do the next day, but there are a few things I had to do first, like fill in the pipeline holes in my floor with concrete again, and work a little bit more on the walls of my factory building. I've been doing that a little bit each day so that eventually we'd get there, although I still was very lacking in clay and bricks. I also took some coarse dirt and started filling in the little area that would become my stables in the side of the factory building, and I also filled in the area around the excavator in the front of the building with coarse dirt so it would look a little bit nicer. I now had two pollution clouds going, one from my original factory building and one from the boiler, so that was not a good thing. I'd have to start cleaning that up pretty quickly. I also extended my cobblestone path that was kind of the main street of my little area, and I discovered I had a massive amount of sulfur ore, which I have no use for, so I just yeeted into an empty chest that I had. I also tried without much faith to put some gasoline into the boiler with no luck, unfortunately. That would have been so convenient because I already had a massive amount of gasoline. But afterwards, I started making a medium voltage power line that would go over to the pump jack and the distillation tower, basically just piggybacking off my already existing power grid. But unfortunately, the next day when I was able to try it, it wasn't able to supply the pump jack or the distillation tower enough, so I was forced to take another output from my alternator and add it to the medium voltage power line. And now with two medium voltage outputs from the alternator, I was able to fully power those machines, and we were able to get diesel finally. On day 155, I finally realized that I had broken one of my redstone lines that was connected to the boiler, which is why it hadn't been working properly before. and I was able to fix it, and we had our first successful boiler run later that night, which was both good and bad because I got steam, but it also made a huge amount of pollution, which would create its own new cloud to replace the original one. But for the time being, I decided to ignore that eventuality, and instead I worked a bit more on the factory walls, although I left a space for another 3-block wide double door because they looked pretty epic. I even added a nice little iron railing around the top of my workstation overlooking the factory building. The next day I dug out a little bit of the hill that was past my buildings because I'd be making a project there eventually, and I also needed stone. And I set up another pollution filtering pipe thing so that I could start trying to contain the second cloud that I created because it was very dangerous to go underneath and is quickly making my new factory building toxic. And I also got around to adding my large spruce double doors. I made the actual stable area for my animals on day 157, and I did a bit more on the roof. I started making the andesite sort of like structural beam things in the roof, and I continued working on that the next day amid a huge cloud of pollution which still hadn't been filtered yet, and I had to go get more leaves to add to my new filters because part of the reason it wasn't gone is because I kind of ran out and I didn't notice. My next actions that day, while seemingly insignificant at the time other than just time savers by moving my animals into my new stables, would actually save their lives mere minutes later when something very bad would occur in my area, something I was not expecting or prepared for. You see, I was just mining some andesite underground, and I heard thunder. And when I went back, there was just a thunderstorm. You know, nothing to worry about, just a little thunderstorm. And it was pretty far away, and then it turned to Category 0 tornado right in front of me. I couldn't see it yet because it was dark, and it was raining, but it was out there somewhere, and it was heading my way. It was actually moving incredibly quickly, as you can see, and it also turned to a Category 1 right in front of my eyes. I could actually see it at that point, and it turned to a Category 2 mere seconds later and was still closing on my position incredibly quickly, and this time it is clearly visible and rather terrifying looking outside in the night. I checked on my animals, and the animals were doing fine down there for now, but I was starting to get pulled away, and when I came back it was a Category 4, way stronger than anything that had hit our base previously in the other 100 days or earlier this time, and right in front of my eyes it turned to a Category 5 tornado, the strongest tornado in the game. One of the downsides of a Category 5 tornado is that it moves incredibly slowly. It started out by moving really fast toward my base, but then it kind of just sat there for like 5 minutes, and it took forever to go away, and I could see it and hear it for pretty much the entire rest of the day. By the end of the day, it was fully gone, and I was left to build my roof in peace, which was nice. And I got some more slate roof, and I put it in between the girders, and it added a very nice little touch. I made the entertaining discovery the next day that the pollution filtering pipes only work in a square around them, so it created a funny pattern in the sky. I had barely made it into my strip mine with my little pickaxe when I was like, what if I just made the powered mining drill so that I don't have to use a slow pickaxe with a horrible enchantment? So that's what I did. I made a steel drill head, and I made the mining drill, which wasn't too expensive. And I went to my engineer's workbench, and that's kind of where you modify tools like this. I can put on the drill head and a bunch of different modifications like an expanded fuel tank, an advanced lubricator, which will make it take less damage. And I added some speed upgrades to make it mine at the max speed. And when I took it out, I got another achievement. I tried to fuel it with gasoline, and that didn't work. So I was like, does it need diesel? And then I checked, and it needs biodiesel, which is something different, which requires plant oil and ethanol. I have the ability to make plant oil, but I didn't have the ability to make ethanol, so I had to make an industrial fermenter really fast. The previous day I had made this great and epic mining drill, but I couldn't do anything with it because I couldn't fuel it, so I would have to make biodiesel, which requires ethanol and plant oil, and I can make those two ingredients, but you need a refinery to combine them into something useful, so that's what I set out to make on day 161. It wasn't too expensive, especially because I have endless amounts of iron, and I was able to make it pretty quickly. And I just charged it with a capacitor bank and put in my 2 ingredients, and we started to get biodiesel. I didn't get a ton of it, but I had enough to fuel my drill for a little bit of time. And then I took it down to my andesite mine to give it a test run, and I've never used this before in modded Minecraft, and it's very, very awesome. It breaks a full 3x3 area blocks per use, and since I have the lubrication system, it doesn't drain its durability very fast either. I wanted to go mining now that I had this epic mining drill, but I wanted to be able to get tons of clay and other stuff while I was mining, so I set up a second excavator which I gathered the materials for the previous night at the silt vein so that I could get endless amounts of clay, sand, and gravel, all of which I would need for building materials. It wasn't too bad this time to make the excavator, but I did have to make a really long line of high voltage power lines from my generator to power it. This just meant I had to make more high voltage coils, and it wasn't too bad. I also killed an enderman and got an ender pearl because I was trying to save those up to go to the end at some point. And late that night, I finished hooking up all the power lines that would go to the excavator, and you could see it running in the distance off of what power was stored in the capacitors already in the generator. And the next morning, when the power turned back on, I was able to watch it run. It didn't run 100% smoothly because I was running both excavators at the same time, but it was running plenty fast to serve my purposes. You could even watch the different materials in the different buckets getting scooped up. I had a double chest for all the items to go into, and at that point I was satisfied, and I descended back into my mine shaft, this time with my mining drill, and I was looking for diamonds because I wanted full diamond armor. We've been on this world for a while, and I still don't have full diamond armor. It didn't take me too long either to find diamonds, and with Fortune 3, I was able to get quite a few of them pretty fast. After about 2 or 3 diamond veins, I ended up with exactly 24 diamonds, which was not something I expected, but it meant I could get full diamond armor. In the morning of day 164, I checked my output chest for the second excavator, and we'd already obtained a bunch of sand and gravel and clay, which was very nice, meaning I could make a lot more bricks. And then I used my diamonds to make a full set of diamond armor, which would be very nice, although I wouldn't wear it quite yet because I still have the steel armor, which is already enchanted, and it has some durability left in it. In the meantime, I put an armor stand on the second story of my house where I could keep my diamond armor, and I also made a little sword pedestal holder which looked very nice. And I wanted to actually decorate the second floor because I'd fully decorated the bottom floor, but there was almost nothing on the top floor, so I went back into my deco bench and looked around for stuff that I could use. I ended up finding these cool like double canopy bed things and a couple dressers and things, so I ended up doing that, and you can actually sleep in it as well, which is a nice little feature. One of the cool things is that you can put stuff in the wardrobe if you want to. I'm not sure why it's got like a rainbow background, but it is kind of neat if I ever wanted a little bit of extra storage there. And I spent the rest of that evening just building up the walls and some beams and stuff like that. And I experimented with a few different carpets that I got with the chisel because you can like make different patterns that look super nice. And I ended up with some red carpets and some green carpets in the different areas of the second story. I continued doing some decorating the next day, and I filled in a window area, and I also got some really nice looking decorations from the deco bench, like this cool flower box thing, and a few flower pots and barrels that I put around the outside of my house and my stables just to make it look cool. Even one of them with apples, I figured that could go by the horses and cows. I took a ton of clay and flung it all into my super smelter from my excavator, and I got a ton of glass and started filling in the glass roof for my second factory building, and it looked very nice. And I also slept in my canopy bed for the first time. On day 166, I continued filling in the roof of my factory building with my leaded glass pattern, and it was looking really nice, but there were also a billion wires that I had to be careful of. I also got a bunch of bricks at that point from my super smelter. They say it's a super smelter, it's not really super, but it works. And I continued filling in the walls of my factory building, this time with bricks made from clay that I got automatically and I didn't have to mine for. I kept working on my factory building's walls the next morning. I added a nice little window where you can watch the excavator from the inside of the building, and it looks really cool from the outside as well, especially with the coarse dirt on the ground. And I also went back into the mines or caves, and I gathered some more slate for the roof because I'd ran out of slate, but it was very fast with my mining drill, which was very nice. I filled in the last little bits of slate, and I stopped one of my windmills because it was kind of in the way. It was kind of funny just to see it stop all of a sudden. And I got a ton of more bricks from my smelting array that had been smelting over time. And so by that evening, I was able to start the big smokestack that would surround the boiler. And my plan for the smokestack was that it would serve a dual purpose. The first purpose being that it would just let the pollution out of the factory building. And the second purpose was that it would actually filter out some of the pollution as it made its way up by having multiple tiered levels of filtering systems throughout the smokestack. And we'd eventually put that to the test, but I still had to build the rest of the structure of it, which is what I did for the next several days. And By the end of day 169, I had finished the top of it, and I was able to admire it from the ground, and it looked really cool. I was pretty happy with the height, but there was still one thing that I could do to make it look better at nighttime. I admired the scenic landscape outside my window the next morning, and then I harvested some crops from the local village, some wheat and stuff that I wasn't automating in my garden closes, and then I installed the first ring of pollution filtering in my smokestack. Basically, it's just a ring of vents that would go all the way around, connected to a pump, and I would take one of my diamond filters and place it off of the pump so that all the pollution, or at least all the carbon, would get filtered out, because that was the more harmful of the two. But when the boiler turned on, most of the pollution went right past it and up and out of the smokestack, which it means it was venting correctly, but too much of it was escaping. It wasn't filtering very much of it. But at the very least, I was able to make the tower look better at nighttime, like I mentioned, by installing a floodlight to illuminate the tower during the darkness, and it looked really cool, especially from far away. The entire thing was just completely lit up from the floodlight. After my unsuccessful test the previous night, I added a second pollution filtering ring higher up in the tower this time on the next day with my other remaining diamond filter. And I tried to automate the removal of the coal dust and the input of leaves, and I was only successful with the automation of the input of leaves, meaning I still have to go up there to clear out the coal dust every so often. Although it wasn't going to be that big of a deal because it honestly didn't filter out a ton of the pollution even then, which was really annoying. I did boiler testing and stuff on day 172, and we were starting to get a pollution cloud by that point, which wasn't good, but we were capturing a little bit more of the pollution, which was at least a step in the right direction. I expanded the pollution filtering ring as well so that there wasn't any blockages on the inside, and I checked the outside. It looked pretty cool with their expanded rings, and I was able to get enough bricks to finally finish the walls of my second factory building, and then I could also finish the roof once I had that with my glass. It looked very cool in the evening with the floodlight, and I also added some iron bar trim and some lanterns across the front of the factory building because it was pretty flat before that, but this added a little final touch that I was looking for. And then my boiler stopped working. It worked, it produced steam, but it was producing steam from water, not the distilled water like it was supposed to. So I spent literally all of day 173 fixing the problem, and I was able to finally get it to input distilled water again so that it could actually make enough steam to run the generator, because the previous night it could barely run the generator producing steam from just normal water. And I'm not even sure why it started inputting normal water instead of distilled water. Something happened with the pipes, but I was finally able to fix it the next day, and we were still getting lots of pollution coming out of the smokestack. So far, we've been relatively unsuccessful with filtering out most of it, so we are getting a huge cloud. The next day, it was time to start my final large build of the video, which I had hinted at earlier on, and this big build is going to be a large train station, partially for fun and partially for industrial purposes, but it required a lot of digging out of area behind the two factory buildings. It's going to be set partially into the cliff and a little bit inspired by King's Cross Station in London. I went back to my build palette that I used for my house, and I used a lot of blocks from that, and I would spend many days working on this. And I would slowly get the front of it done, making the arches for the entryways, the 3 towers. I added in more cobblestone paths, and it very slowly started to take shape. But the annoying thing is that there are all these gardens on the hill, and each garden drops a ton of food items, and they're almost all different, and they fill up your inventory instantly. So I was constantly having to run back and forth to my kitchen to dump my inventory of miscellaneous food items from the gardens. But I will say that it would not have been possible to dig out this much of an area without the mining drill. That was the best decision that I ever made in this series, was making that mining drill, because I had to dig out a lot. On day 178, I started to complete some of the towers. I had mostly completed the middle one, and I was almost done with one of the side ones as well. There was kind of a windmill in the way, but they were looking pretty cool, and I suppose I'd have to move the windmill eventually. And by that evening, I finished the top of the first tower, and I stuck a little lantern so they'd be kind of illuminated and look nice, although I still had to put glass in the windows. Day 179, I finished the tops of both towers, but I still had the middle one to do because the middle one was a little bit more complicated, but I started putting in some of the roof behind the front walls. And I made it out of slate because I wanted to do a similar design for the roof to my second factory building, with it being a half circle roof, and it would extend back into the hill. Part of it would be glass, the part that was exposed to the sky, with little andesite beams in between it. And by the end of that day, I got something I was happy with, but I was also out of andesite. So on day 180, I had to go mine andesite with my drill, which was satisfying and pretty fast. I also was looking for quarried stone because I wanted it for the floor of the train station, and I spent a lot of the day looking for it. I eventually found it, and then My horse managed to suffocate in a wall when I got off of it. Part of the problem is that the horse had only a few hearts at the time. When I found the horse, it had like 7 hearts or something, and it slowly decreased over time. I don't understand why, I don't understand what caused this, and it was very annoying. And I was forced to run back on foot after mining quarried stone. I wasn't about to run around everywhere on foot very slowly, so I found a draft horse that I could ride in search of a normal vanilla horse, because the draft horses aren't very fast, and I thought I went back to the place where I'd found the horse originally, but it was actually different than I remembered, and I had to go looking farther for the original place where I found my horse. But when I got back there, I found a couple vanilla horses and one baby horse, and the baby horse had the best stats, and I conveniently had some apples left over from a long time ago in my toolbox, and I was able to make the horse grow up super fast and tame it so that I would have a new super fast horse that I could ride around everywhere. I put it back in my stable when I got home, and I continued working on the roof of my train station. By the morning of day 191, I had mostly finished the structure of the train station, and I decided to get some nice little props for my deco bench, like benches and some flower pots and other things like that, just to scatter around the train station to make it a little bit more nice looking. I also had a little stall area with some different crates of food and stuff at one end of the station. I completed the structure of this train station, but I didn't have any tracks or anything to put in it to actually make it do something like have trains and things like that. So I started laying down gravel underneath where the rails would go, and I died a little bit to pollution when running outside because there's still a gigantic pollution cloud. And then I returned to my storage system and had to research how to make rails because it's not simple, because we have Railcraft, which makes stuff more complicated and adds a billion new types of rails. For now, I'd be sticking just to normal tracks, or aka minecart rails, and booster rails, aka powered rails. And I discovered that it would be easiest and most efficient to make rails with steel in my manual rolling machine. I also got a bunch of creosote oil bottles because I need that for some ties, and I managed to dump creosote oil all over my factory building at one point. For every 6 steel ingots I put in, I'd get 16 standard rails, which was the most efficient way that I could make the rails. And I had to make a bunch of wooden ties, which I would use to make the rail beds. And the next day I continued crafting, and I made my first set of tracks. I find it funny that you put an entire bucket's worth of creosote oil into one bottle, which I managed to dump all over my street. And I had to make some other little miscellaneous track parts to make some booster track kits. And you can basically just craft the booster track kits with normal rails and it'll give you the booster tracks. And I started laying down my first set of rails inside the train station. I had to do a little bit of planning to figure out how I wanted it to go. And I also had to place in some windows in the towers. I hadn't fully placed in all the windows yet everywhere, which was very difficult when I had nausea. By the end of that day, I was able to fill in the last windows in the main train station, so that the next morning I was all set to go out and start making my train tracks, because I wanted to have a loop that I could ride around for fun and also have it be a little bit functional. I wanted it to go near the village back in the mountains and also my original farming area, and I could make stations and stops there later on. Probably not in this 100 days, but maybe in future videos or episodes. I wanted all the tracks to be on gravel, and I'd eventually make the gravel 3 blocks wide, but for now I only had time to make it 1 block wide and to follow our path. I also saw a really weird horse. It looked like I had a headache. At least I would have a headache after doing that, but anyways, I had to go across the river and go through a forest. I didn't want to go up and down constantly because that's a little bit unrealistic, so I ended up digging a few short tunnels through some grass. And on day 195, I went across another river and continued on in the direction of my old base with my railway, because I wanted to have a train station stop there so I could get on and off from my old base because it would look cool and be fun. I also checked how difficult it would be to make the tunnel bore from Railcraft, which would aid me in digging out tunnels, and it wasn't too bad. But when I got back to my base to make it, we had a little tornado outside. It never went super close to my base, and I was able to make a tunnel bore. I kind of ignored it, and I just watched it go across the field away from me. The tunnel bore works if you give it fuel, rails, ballast, and a drill head. So I gave it all those things in its giant internal inventory, and I set it to just dig a tunnel toward my base because I had already lined up the path and it just had to go in a straight line. This meant that I could work on other parts of my railway while having my tunnel dug out for me. And after a bit, it was on a level with my base, and I was able to start placing down rails after I made a bunch more. The next several days, I was just racing to finish the rail. I didn't know if I'd be able to finish it in time, so I was going as fast as I could. Eventually, the tunnel bore made it out of the hill that it had been digging through for a few days, and it came out into the open forest, which looked pretty cool when it came out. I watched it go for a little bit farther, and I eventually stopped it because it wouldn't need to go anymore. And I made a bridge over a river again, for the 3rd time, and continued my rail back into the direction of my base because we were working on getting a loop connected up. I dug the tunnel out the other end of that railway area, and I was able to connect it up with rails and the gravel path after a little bit more time placing. And with that, I successfully linked up my railway, but I didn't have any powered rails in yet, and I had to spend some time running around adding those and making them active. The morning of day 199, there were still a couple powered rails left for me to install, but once finished, I was able to go back to my base and take off my steel armor and don my full set of diamond armor that had never been used before, just been seen on my armor stand. There was one last thing I wanted to do with my railways as well before I finished, which was to add some detector rails before some of the powered rails. And you thought that I wasn't going to do it. You thought I forgot, or that I didn't see the comments, but no. I saw the people complaining about my portal being off center, and at the very last second of 200 days, I fixed it. It is now centered, and you can be happy in the comments and not rage anymore. And late that evening, I took a test run on my minecart rail, but I'm not going to show all that because I don't want to spoil it. I'll just say that everything went correctly. And after one final sleep in my fancy canopy bed, we had reached day 200 right there on the F3 screen. We barely completed that minecart rail. It was down to the wire, down to the last couple days. But I did it, and we also built a lot of other really cool stuff in this 100 days. And all that's left to do now is to just run around a little bit and admire it, and of course, take a ride on our nice scenic, fancy minecart rail.
At this point, I did not yet have one mod pack with all of the ages I needed, so I had to switch worlds and mod packs for the start of the nuclear age. However, I remain on this new world for the rest of the video.
The spawn in this world is significantly different than what we had in the Industrial Revolution. I ended up right next to a rooster after coming out of the tree that I spawned on top of. And there was also a little cave nearby, but it was very ominous looking and I didn't want to go down there quite yet. Apparently, sticks have some debug feature when you hit stuff with them, so I had to break leaves with my fist instead. And I grabbed a bit of food from some gardens that spawn, because food is extremely important in this mod pack. I also found this volcano structure thing that dumped lava and started a mini forest fire, and also some bird eggs. And then after barely being in the world for more than about a minute, I encountered a skeleton soldier armed with an SMG, and I died, unsurprisingly, because I had nothing. And if a skeleton soldier wasn't enough for the first day, I also encountered a tornado after I respawned, and it ended up not being even worth trying to get my stuff. I didn't have very much, and I just tried to make my way to somewhere safe while avoiding the tornado. I even found this statue thing with a bunch of skeleton skulls on them, which I decided to nab because they might come in handy. I eventually made my way to the ocean shore, and there was a bunch of gravel there that I could use to make my flint knife, similar to how we did in the Industrial Revolution, and I made the flint hatchet as well after getting grass for the twine. And I found this little graveyard structure with a bunch of birds around it. It was kind of spooky in there because of all the rain and the clouds and everything. And there was actually some stuff in the chest, although nothing terribly helpful, just some cobwebs and bones and rotten flesh. The sunset was very pretty over the water, especially with the shaders. And we do live near an ocean, so that means more severe storms will be a thing in this series. I made my way up the big hill past this mysterious meteor that seemed to crash into one of the outcroppings of the hill, and I even found this other structure off in the distance, and I encountered a few zombies armed with tools and armor, meaning they're even more difficult to kill. Luckily, it wasn't armed with any weapons, though, that could deal damage from a long ways away. I found the school opening in the hill that a river flowed out of, and the river actually goes all the way back into the mountain. It was very cool. But then I punched a zombie miner to death because I could, and one of his friends took revenge on me because he actually was armed with a very basic weapon that could kill me nonetheless. On the way back, I stopped by this old abandoned tower, and I was able to see the swath of destruction caused by the tornado that we had on day 0. I found this neat structure that kind of got shoved into the mountain a little bit. It was like this garden area. And I found the zombie that killed me, but it was almost dead by that point, so I was able to kill it very easily. And I used some of the cloth that I had obtained from killing zombies to make bandit boots, which make me go super fast and I can jump really high. Oh, and I found this really cute piglet. I finally made a flint pickaxe so that I could mine stone, and I started getting coal and stone, and the game celebrated a lot for just getting stone, but it had lots of fireworks. I even found this weird structure thing farther back up in the tunnels that the water came through, but I didn't want to explore it. But I was able to make my way all the way to the top of the hill by running through the water tunnels. And by that point, it already started raining again, and I had to return back to my little hidey hole, and I was able to kill a creeper, which caused yet another fireworks celebration. On day 2, I was able to mine copper because I could get stone tools and stuff. And I explored the area around my place, and I found this little brick house that spawned zombies and other things inside of it, which I had to defeat before I was able to nab the items and utility things in there. But there was a ton of gunpowder, which was cool, and some mechanical parts. I have a super convenient mod that allows me to pick up and carry tile entities like chests, and that's how I was able to move my stuff from my hidey hole up to that little garden structure area that had spawned in the cliffside, because I had a cool plan for that. I also found this other little mining structure which had a bed in it, which was super convenient because I didn't have much wool. And I found an entire steam locomotive in one chest, which was a thing. And I got some copper. I was able to make more chests, and it's looking pretty decent. I made copper leggings in addition to the bits of armor I already had from some zombie kills, and the fireworks knocked me out of bed. That was very convenient. It literally did damage, and it kicked me out from sleeping. And on day 3, I dropped down and almost died again to a skeleton that had an SMG, and I had to leave. It was almost very bad, but I was able to escape on 2.5 hearts. But I found this other normal skeleton that had World War II armor, which was neat. I got a piece of World War II armor from a skeleton. And then I went mining for some iron and resources to start doing stuff, which is much more convenient with Vein Miner, although it's honestly relatively balanced because it takes a lot of hunger and durability, which is bad because I don't have a lot of food.
And I began digging a tunnel back into the cliffside and down to the river, because that would be the start of my main base in this series. The next day was fairly eventful in that I woke up to the start of a tornado, and I used my bow for the first and last time in the video, and then by that point the tornado was much closer and it was heading toward my base, which is bad because I don't have a weather deflector. So I decided to start mining instead, which seemed much safer than having to deal with a tornado. And I found some interesting ores, some of which I don't really know how to use or do anything with at the moment, but maybe we'll find that out later. I ended up finding a cave deeper down when I was able to get a bunch of resources, which was super nice. And on day 5, I started a farm because I need to grow food for winter this time. Unlike in the Industrial Revolution, I never really did that very well. So actually going to try and make a farm. And I started by growing wheat and sweet potatoes because the wheat grows through most seasons and sweet potatoes grows through 3 out of the 4 seasons, so it's super good. And at the end of day 5, I successfully killed the skeleton soldier and was able to get the SMG that it carried. I didn't have any extra ammo for it, but it was fully loaded, so I had my first more decent weapon, and I immediately used it to kill another armed skeleton and a couple zombies. On the morning of day 6, I decided to get cows because I also would need milk for the nutrition, and it's really the easiest way to get milk right now because I don't have access to soybeans. But it was a little bit difficult getting them back. They didn't really want to follow me. I ended up only getting one, and luckily it was the pregnant one so that I'd be able to get milk. So I got the cow down to my area, put it in a little pen, and waited for the baby cow to appear so that I could get milk. And then I decided to do some research and see just how much damage falling trees do, and I almost died. But after that, I recovered very quickly and decided to plant some melons instead of focusing on my injuries. It's time to go back and explore that structure I'd found a few days ago while running through the water tunnels, and there honestly wasn't that much stuff in it. There's a few rooms with bookshelves, a few really lame loot chests with music discs and some other stuff, although I think that Sea Fortune 3 book might be useful for later. And lo and behold, that afternoon, another tornado. See, this is the problem with living near an ocean, which is why we didn't really have many tornadoes that often in the Industrial Revolution, because I was nowhere near an ocean. I ended up getting picked up in it because I went too close to it while exploring, but I was fine. I didn't actually die or anything. In addition to drinking 40 buckets of milk at once, I made some cheese the next day so that I could get my dairy nutrition up and get those 2 extra hearts so that I have a little bit more health. I went back and investigated the meteor as well that crashed, but I can't mine it yet. I think I need a diamond pickaxe if I want to see what's inside. But it doesn't concern me too much right now. I did find this little mineshaft area with 2 identical loot chests. There were 2 of them that were exactly like that. Nothing that good. And I explored a shipwreck that was underwater and got some interesting stuff. A piece of netherware was actually there, which is cool because the nether is not easy in this mod. In fact, you'll see why in a bit. And that evening, I got attacked by this android thing shooting some sort of laser rifle at me, which was scary, but it wasn't too difficult to kill. One of the random zombies or skeletons I killed had dropped this hand cannon as well, which shoots stone bullets, and they're super cheap to make, so I was able to make a bunch of them, and I still have the SMG, but I don't really have a way to make ammo for it, so for now I can use this, and it was quite effective on some very slow zombies in a cave when I went mining. But I also made this very fancy pickaxe out of titanium, which is, it's not a fast pickaxe, but it has a huge amount of durability, so it's super good for vein mining and other things like that. And on day 10, I was still mining, and I found my first uranium in addition to a bunch of other stuff down in the mines. And I did some vein mining closer to bedrock and found a bunch of cool ores, which will be very useful. Maybe not now, but definitely in the future. I finally found gold as well, because that was what I was mainly looking for, so that I could make a weather deflector, because I was tired of tornadoes just showing up and causing problems in my base. And I also found an oil deposit underground, which is very cool and definitely useful. I did some chest organizing and stuff when I got back, and I also made a weather deflector with a little bit of my new gold. So now, however many tornadoes show up, I don't care. It won't break the blocks around my base, which is what I was scared of because the forest had already taken a bit of a beating from tornadoes recently. I also made a weather radar as well, just so I can see said tornadoes coming from a long ways away, because, you know, we gotta have that. It's essential. Day 11, I experimented with a floor design for my base because we're going to be making a bunker, kind of like a fallout bunker, a nuclear fallout bunker, because, well, it's the nuclear age. We want to make it fit the theme. So I'm gonna use a bunch of like metal or concrete related blocks, and I settled on this cool factory block from the chisel mod for the floor, which looks very nice. It creates kind of a smooth texture. Made an architecture saw bench because I had a neat idea, albeit a little bit of an illegal idea. You'll see what I mean in a second. It's very illegal and also very epic at the same time. It breaks most of the laws of Minecraft, and that is curved arches, not even made out of visible square pixels, just straight up curves. My plan for the bunker tunnels was to make it a semicircle curved roof out of concrete, so I tested out the idea with cobblestone, and it is exactly what I was hoping for, so I knew that I was good to go ahead and get concrete for it. And on day 12, I was really glad that I made a weather deflector because we had another tornado hit our base coming off of the water again because we were like a mere 100 blocks from the ocean, and the ocean creates lots of severe weather. Of course, I got picked up in the tornado again because it doesn't seem like we can ever have a tornado without me getting accidentally picked up in it, at least until my bunker is complete. I mean, I could have gone underground, but it was kind of my fault for standing out in the open. I conveniently landed in a river again. Actually, I don't even know if you take fall damage from the tornado. There's a few times where I've landed and I haven't, so I'm not even sure. But I had a little shootout with a skeleton using my stone hand cannon, but it definitely made me realize that this thing is not very good. But it led me to realize that I can actually make pistol ammo and SMG magazines without an ammo press. So I was able to make more ammo for my SMG, which is very good because it's significantly better than a stone shooting hand cannon. And late that evening, I made these really cool lamps to put on the ceiling that will be my light source blocks because they fit the theme really well. I made my first piece of iron armor the next morning on day 13, and it created some more fireworks and blew up the inside of my base a bit more. But I also made some butter, which I was able to make from my dairy so that I could make some mashed sweet potatoes because I've slowly been getting them from my garden. Not very many, but enough to make a little bit better food. And then I grabbed some sand because it was time to make some concrete. I wanted to try out the actual design using the blocks that I was going to use, which is immersive engineering concrete and a few other things. I started by making the archway design one block above the floor because I wanted to have a trim block, although I wasn't sure what that was going to be yet. I started with just normal concrete, but I eventually switched it to the concrete tile, which I think looks much better. On day 14, I explored farther from my base and I found a desert temple, which, I didn't expect it to have that good loot. I was like, okay, it might have a little bit of stuff, it might be cool, maybe a little bit of modded things. I did throw a torch down there so that it would illuminate it because dynamic lighting is neat. But when I got down there and I checked the loot chests, I was incredibly surprised by how much stuff I found. I found everything from gunpowder to tank shells and a treasure map. I found a diamond. And there's even a big turret that I thought you could put on the ground, but I think it's a crafting ingredient for something else. And I even found the Ender from Ender.io, which is a really nice sword, so that was cool. And I couldn't even fit all of it in my inventory. I had to leave some of it. I took as much of it as I could. But I was able to make a backpack, which is actually what I went exploring for. I went exploring for leather and wool, and I was able to make it into an iron backpack so that I could store a bunch of stuff. It's kind of just like a better shulker box if you think about it, although you can't put it on the ground. I went back out the rest of the stuff on day 15 and journeyed to find the buried treasure in the map. And no, it's not a vanilla map. It's like a pre 1.13 or whatever treasure map. It's quite an experience running through the forest during a tornado and at night, but I eventually got to the lake and I used the same trick that you use in vanilla to find the chest almost on the first try. And I did find it on the first try, although I didn't see it immediately. It wasn't quite as crazy as the desert temple loot, but I did find a giga pickle seed. I'm not sure what it does, but probably be cool. I spent day 16 and 17 mining mostly for iron because I was trying to accumulate enough to make a burner drill, which is something that will allow me to get resources very quickly and much more easily than normal. And I found a few cool cave biomes. I think one was like a mushroom biome thing. There's another like frost cave thing, which was cool. And I found a giant ravine, but I didn't want to explore it because I'd already been mining for a while. So I just decided to mark it with a giant cobblestone tower so I could come back if I wanted to later. On day 18, I continued digging out my bunker, and I extended it farther back into the mountain before I started to make my first big room, which would kind of be my general living area. We'd branch off from there, make different rooms for different stuff like machines and maybe storage or growing things like that. And I worked on making the floor completely covered in the factory blocks, which I finished on day 19, and I also added a temporary ventilation system to get rid of the pollution from my furnaces because it was starting to build up, and another tornado showed up at the end of day 19, so at least I had a bunker to hide in this time, which was better than previous occasions. I began looking at the first thing that I need to do from nuclear craft on the morning of day 20, which is making the decay generator, which will produce a small amount of power when there's uranium or a few other radioactive blocks placed beside it. I ended up waiting on making the uranium blocks, and I just made a tree farm instead because I need a bunch of wood when I didn't really want to chop down the dynamic trees because they don't give you a ton of wood, at least the birch ones don't. I decided to expand my farming operations on the morning of day 21 by planting some chestnut saplings and making a new plot for some blackberries because I would need to grow those before the winter. They only grow in the fall, and it's currently the fall, so I need to get them in fast. I also made some blocks of uranium to power my decay generator, and the decay generator will eventually turn those uranium blocks into blocks of uranium-238, which I'll need later on. I also started making my very first machine, which I'll use the decay generator to power, and that machine is the manufactory, which has a bunch of different uses from ore doubling to just like basic recipes for crafting ingredients. The next day I used my manufactory to turn some sugarcane into bioplastic, which is an ingredient for a Geiger counter, which is the handy device that I'm trying to make with my machines, because it will allow me to measure the radiation in my surroundings and inside of me at all times to see whether or not it's getting dangerous. But first, I have to make an alloy furnace to make ferroboron ore, and so I ended up working on making basic plates, which is one of the ingredients for that. The cool thing about the alloy furnace is that you can put iron and coal into it to make steel, or you can also use coal coke, so I don't have to make a blast furnace. Although it is more efficient to use coal coke, it is still possible without it. So once I got some steel, I was able to make my ferroboron alloy, and on day 23 I made the Geiger counter. And you can see down there in the bottom left corner it displays how much radiation is currently happening per tick around me and affecting my character. The radiation is pretty low, and I went to grab some olive saplings and olives from olive trees out in the forest because I'm going to need the olives to make some cooking oil, which will allow me to make something else. I also found this big ore tower thingy just in the middle of the forest, and I decided to grab the ore from it. I figured I may as well. I always need iron. I'm still trying to make those burner drills. And there's also some redstone, some gold, and other stuff. It would have been nice to find this earlier because I could have made the weather deflector sooner, but either way is good to find. Day 24, we had a little rain shower, and I planted my olive tree and started growing it so that I could harvest tons of olives. And I turned those olives into cooking oil with my juicer, and I used the cooking oil along with a mortar and pestle and some chestnuts to make chestnut butter, which I can use in a sandwich, which is what I'm trying to make. I put some iron ore into my manufactory to start doubling it, and I was eventually able to make watermelon jelly after getting sugar for the jelly, and I already had the butter, so I could make some sandwiches. I would need a constant supply of sugar for my sandwiches for the jelly, but I don't really get a ton of sugar cane, so I decided to make some bee stuff instead. So I made some apiaries that I could put queen bees in, and then they will just generate honeycomb and other things like that over time, because I already had one queen bee, and they're not too hard to find in beehives in the wild. I also made a jerry can and then realized that you can't just put water directly into the jerry can, so I had to make a basic fluid tank instead so that I could put water in the fluid tank and then put it in the jerry can, but you can actually use the fluid tank just fine in recipe. So jerry can was slightly redundant, but either way, I used it to make a bunch of concrete because I needed to continue working on the bunkers. Mostly stone right now, we need to fix that. We need to change it to concrete, put in a nice slopey ceiling, and so that's what I did for most of the rest of day 25. Although at the very end, I did check a few new power generation things and uses for uranium-238 that will come in handy later. And on the morning of the next day, I checked my apiary and we had some honeycombs and stuff like that. I decided to go exploring, partially for more sand and stuff. Kind of forgot about the desert we found earlier, but I did find this zombie house from Tech Guns with a bunch of zombies in it, so I had to have a little shootout with them. Luckily, having an SMG is very nice. It's a lot better than their stone hand cannons, and I was able to defeat them without too much difficulty. I did find a sandy area near a lake that I grabbed sand from, and I also found a ton of salt blocks, which was a nice find because manually crafting salt is really annoying because the easy crafting recipe seems to be disabled. I also checked my manufactory. We had a bunch of pulverized iron because we've been very slowly doubling it. And on day 27, I continued harvesting my blackberries, expanding the growing area, and I also made a second apiary because I'd found another beehive so I could get a second queen bee. While I can still make steel from the alloy furnace, and I don't need the blast furnace, I do need the coke furnace so I can get creosote oil and coal coke. There are a few other ways to make coal coke, but they are too advanced for what I have right now from thermal expansion. I don't really have access to that at the moment. I did, however, dig out a better staircase down to the water area because I wanted to put a water wheel there as well. It's part of the reason I wanted to make the coal coke so I could get more steel. I eventually just shoved it into a wall in my main room and called it good. And on day 28, I decided to make baked sweet potatoes because they're just a little bit better and they cost literally nothing other than sweet potatoes to make. So it's a super good deal. I also got some honey from my presser, and I made some framed blocks which I'd use to turn into framed stairs from a block craftery. In other words, what I can do with these and any framed blocks is I can just put them down and click with any texture in the game from any other block and just put that texture onto the block. As you can see, it's super nice for decoration. So I made the entire staircase out of frame stairs covered in the like machine blocks or whatever they're called, the factory blocks. I also went mining and found a bunch of stuff, although I was mainly looking for diamonds. I didn't really find any, unfortunately. And when I came back on day 30, there was a ton of pollution because I don't have a vent system yet, which I guess I'll have to do. But I did end up with a lot of ore, which was nice. I have a lot of unprocessed ore. And by the end of day 30, it finally happened for the first time, a blood moon. And if you're not familiar with this mod, I think it's a feature from Terraria that was turned into a Minecraft mod. And it basically means you can't sleep through the night and the spawns are doubled or something. There's way more mobs that can spawn way faster, way closer to you. It's generally a bad time, so I had to spend most of the night just fighting off zombies. Luckily, my area is relatively well defended. Although, I did race to make a door, though, because I didn't really have a door, so that prompted me to make a steel door because bunker, and it looks cool. Unfortunately, you can't actually shoot out the window. I tried. It was worth a try. And whenever you click the sleep, as you can see, it just says you don't feel tired enough to sleep. But I have an SMG, and it wasn't too bad. There weren't too many mobs. It's difficult for them to get to me. Eventually the moon came out from behind the hills, and it created a very spooky effect in the sky with all of it being red and the shaders and everything. But I decided to be productive and upgrade my backpack to a gold backpack during the blood moon while I couldn't sleep during things, so I now have way more inventory slots in that thing. I decided to move my coke oven outside because there's no ventilation inside my bunker in that area, and it was just going to cause a bunch of problems. So I stuck it outside instead, and I got some creosote stuff so that I could make treated wood, so that I could actually make a water wheel and get more power. I decided to stick my water wheels down in the tunnel that the water had created when it flowed through the mountains, because it's compatible with the flowing stream water and it looks really cool. And once I got one water wheel hooked up, I attached my manufactory to it because it produces more power than the decay generators and other stuff. I also made a second water wheel so I could attach to it because you can actually attach 3 at a time to one kinetic dynamo, and I'd eventually get the third one later. I did almost nothing on day 32. I was mostly just waiting for iron to smelt and process, so I just punched pollution out of my bunker while I waited. And on day 33, I went back into the mines to try and find more diamonds, because that's all that I need for my burner drills. I found a ton of other stuff that's not diamonds, a lot of which is useful. I mean, I guess all of it is useful. But I eventually did find diamonds while vein mining, which was nice, although I was still one singular diamond short. I also found some thorium ore, which was cool. But the most interesting discovery was a mysterious purple flashing ore that I don't really have any use for right now, and I don't know how to use it. I will probably find out eventually, but right now it is not of much use, so I decided to leave it. But it is a very interesting discovery. And when I got back, I dumped all my stuff in a chest, and we have a lot of ore. On the morning of day 34, one of my uranium blocks decayed into uranium-238, which is cool. That was the first time I've gotten a decay from the decay generator, so I can use that for some interesting stuff later. I had a little doorway at the bottom of my tunnel by the water wheel to stop mobs sneaking up my staircase, just in case, especially during blood moons. But then for some reason, something created a huge amount of radiation compared to what we had before, right in my base. I'm not sure what happened. I thought like something radioactive had dropped on the ground because that can affect stuff, but I'm still not really sure what did it. Maybe the block decayed, but it didn't do that before. Either way, I continued mining the next day just to find that one last diamond, and I eventually did after a bunch of strip mining and stuff, aided by Vein Miner, and it almost went into lava. It was very close. I almost lost the diamonds, but we got it, so I now have everything I need to make a burner drill, and I also made compressed cobblestone because I can compress it one time. Unfortunately, we can't make octuple compressed cobblestone. That'd be cool, but I can compress it a little bit. And I decided that I would be in need of some radiation shielding for my armor, which will protect me from radiation in the environment and machines around me. So I added one piece of light radiation shielding to a new iron chest plate. The light radiation shielding will protect me from radiation produced by like ore and stuff that I'm mining and a little bit around my area, but eventually I'll have to go up to medium and heavy radiation shielding. But for now, it's alright, and I decided to make these iron plate vent things because they look really cool and I'm not going to use stone bricks or cobblestone. And I actually added a ventilation system finally so that all the pollution from those furnaces could go out and I don't have to manually punch it out with my fist because that's annoying. On day 37, I was able to make my burner drill components. I first started by making a bunch of furnaces, and then I had to turn my iron into iron blocks, and that's why I had been getting so much iron, because we need a lot of blocks. I have to make 8 of the drill components, and each one takes 4 iron blocks. So, yeah, a little bit expensive, but I was able to make it. I also had to make a prospecting pickaxe or tool thingy to go along with it. I unfortunately can't make the seismic reader or anything right now, but eventually we can. I also made the antique atlas to go along with it so that I can mark down locations of ore deposits in chunks that I want. So basically with this, you just right click the ground and it tells you a little bit of information about what is below and what you can mine with the burner drill. You can also make like a power drill, but they're more expensive and take a lot of power. I eventually found like a diamond chunk, which is cool, so I can get at the very least some diamonds from there. But I was really looking for iron because I need to replenish my iron. I have almost no iron at this point. I eventually started to find small and medium samples of the ore, which is good. So on day 38, I would go back and actually start mining that. But I also had to harvest all of my blackberries because it's basically winter and that's the last time they're going to grow from the fall because they only grow during one season, unfortunately. I was able to scrape together enough iron barely just to make an iron drill head, which will mine like about 4 stacks of ore or something. And so I assembled the drill over some stone in the chunk, but I have the carry mod. And for some reason it let me pick up one of the burner drills while it was a multi-block, so I accidentally managed to dupe one of the burner drill components when I was trying to shift right click to set the output, so I had to completely unbind that so I could make an output for the drill. But once I did, I was able to start getting iron ore from that chunk. And that chunk only has iron a lot of the times. The chunks will have more than one thing, but I'm just fine with only getting iron. That's what I need the most anyways. I went back that evening and I got a chest so I could have the iron ore go into a chest and not just despawn. And the next morning I made a speed upgrade for nuclear craft machines because I wanted to see if I could speed up the manufacture because it's my ore doubling thing right now, but it's really slow. Unfortunately, when I added it, it took too much power from only 2 water wheels, so I made the third and final water wheel I can attach to that kinetic dynamo to see if it would make it better. I think it makes it a little bit better, but it does still drain too fast, I think, for it to keep up. I also started making more steel with my coal coke, and the cool thing is that I can make 2 steel ingots per piece of coal coke. And I also made a piece of uranium RTG fuel block thingy, which will produce a small amount of power constantly. I don't think it ever decays or anything. And it just took the block of uranium-238 and some like graphite and other stuff, so it was easy. I was also able to make 2 things of steel, 2 steel blocks, because I want to use steel blocks as the bulkhead decoration for my base. But I had to fight with the Unify mod to make it not unify the steel blocks away from the immersive engineering texture, because that's what I want, because it looks really cool. Eventually, I was able to like go in the config and disable it, and we were good. I made a second uranium RTG on the morning of day 40 using my other uranium-238 block, and I put it next to the alloy furnace, and it was still draining power too fast, unfortunately, but it's a little bit better than before. I also added the frame stairs to the bulkheads so I can put stair textures with the steel blocks, and I also started processing my uranium because I wanted to make more blocks of uranium-238, so I set up my decay generator with the manufactory to try to give that machine as much power as I possibly could, but it was still draining too fast even with all that power just because of the speed upgrade. Apparently I failed to find a coal vein on day 41, at least according to my notes, and I found quite a few other veins that will probably be helpful later on from the burner drill mod and stuff like that, but unfortunately no coal. So instead of mining coal with my burner drill, I decided to make more sandwiches because I was almost out. I had 1 left. So I just made some bread. I put wheat into the manufacturing and got flour, which is cool. And then 1 flour turns into 1 bread, so it's cheaper than normal crafting. And I even got enough steel to complete the first bulkhead support thingy in my tunnels, and boy is it looking really cool with that steel texture. But on day 42, I began looking into how to make a better weapon because my SMG, it's not really doing it. I need, unfortunately, obsidian steel to make the barrel for a better weapon. It looks kind of like an AK-47 a little bit. It's not. It doesn't seem to be called that. I don't know a lot about guns, so just going off what it says. That's what it looks like, though. I did make the metal press, which is how I can make obsidian steel, but I don't have a diamond pickaxe. Luckily for me, there's a stone barrel, which allows you to make obsidian and get it as an item, which was very convenient because I can't really mine it yet. So I got some obsidian, I took it back up to my metal press, and combined it with steel, and we got obsidian steel ingots, and I turned those ingots into a hardened barrel. The rest of the stuff for the gun was super easy, just a wooden gun stock, an iron receiver, stuff like that. Nothing terribly difficult to make. So by the end of that day, I was able to craft my new weapon. But one thing I would need was actual rounds for it. I don't have any ammo for the assault rifle, so I had to make a ammo press, which is pretty simple. It's similar to the metal press, and this will allow me to make ammo very efficiently because I could craft pistol rounds, but not rifle rounds. It just takes like lead, copper, gunpowder. You can actually use a lot of different metals, but that's what I decided to use. And then you get 8 rifle rounds, and you can put 3 of them with a magazine, and then or a cartridge. Then you get the cartridge of rifle ammo. And each cartridge holds 30 bullets, so it's pretty good. And that evening I tested out on some unsuspecting and unprepared mobs out in the wild. They were not ready for this rifle. The next day was spent building tunnels in my bunker with all the different curved concrete pieces because each one is 3 different pieces. So it's a little bit of work, but it was looking very cool. I also accidentally had my shaders turned off here, which is why it looks a little bit different, but I turned them back on in like a day. I also added a cool like little warning hazard block pattern thing around the weather table because I had a cool plan that I wanted to do with that we'll work on in the next few days. I also started the entrance to the next tunnel that would lead out of the main room because where I'm kind of living right now, it's going to be just like a hub room where I have some of my utility things, but not everything. I also started working on the ventilation system for this room because there's a lot of leftover pollution from when I had my coke oven in here and just generally living. So I started with some iron vents and I set them into the ceiling and then had a gap on the inside so the pollution could go in there. I installed the pump so that the stuff can get sucked out, but it doesn't actually go out of the hill yet. I have to make the shaft going down to it. And that's what I did on the morning of day 45. I dug straight down after taking the coordinates of it so I would just fall straight through where the pollution needed to go. Immediately once I re-added the pump and turned it back on, all the carbon got sucked into the vents and then was put into the shaft that I dug down and floated up into the sky where it would disperse harmlessly because it's not a huge quantity of it. I also dug a second shaft straight down directly above the weather table, which is where I'm going to have my my neat thing once I get the materials to do it yet. I don't really have everything, but I did get the materials to build the advanced coke oven, and I started digging out my large machine room where I'm going to house lots of big machines that are inside, and that's going to be the end of the new tunnel that I dug. I also checked my nutrition. Nutrition's looking pretty decent, and I made the coke oven by the end of that night. The next morning, I moved my burner drill to a different chunk, just briefly, because I wanted to mine a few other things, and I discovered that this chunk contained some diamonds, which is really cool. So I was able to get 2 of those, and I just left the thing running. It also gave emeralds and a lot of other stuff, especially when I went back to put the chest down. There was just a ton of different ores sitting on the ground. And I was able to make a diamond pickaxe so that I could mine obsidian. So I just went down to one of the lava pools and vein mined a bunch of obsidian because it's super easy. And with that diamond pickaxe, I was able to obtain titanium ore, which I hadn't been able to mine with my titanium pickaxe before. On day 47, I kept on decorating the inside of my hub room, and I finished off the ceiling with some concrete stairs and just normal concrete replacing the stone. And it was starting to look pretty good. I also made these scaffolding ladder covered thingies, which I came down from the ceiling with so that I could climb up a ladder up the shaft that I dug and reach the top of the hill super easily from inside my bunker. And this would prove very useful later that day because we encountered a tropical cyclone, which is a weather thing I don't think we've had yet. I think it's definitely different than the tornado, and it spawns in like hot biomes, which there are several of nearby. So that was pretty cool. We were able to go up and see that, which was a fun experience. I'm very happy I decided to make my new assault rifle when I did because it would save my life on several occasions the next day because on day 48 we would be venturing to the Nether for the first time. Yes, I really did expend all that effort just to make some heating coils with my magma shards. Was it worth it? I think so. At least it was cool. Either way, day 49, it was time to sort out some power problems, so I decided to make some solar panels as a potential solution, at least a short-term solution, because we're not really going to be fully rid of power problems until I get a nuclear reactor and all of that. But I did some solar panel testing. They do in fact work outside in sunlight. Who would have thought? They don't work inside or at night. In other words, they work exactly how you expect them to. I also had to make a way to transfer my power, so I decided to make some less known flux ducts because they are actually available to me. I can make them, although I can't make any other machines from that mod series right now. The reason for that is, well, I don't possess a certain little sapphire that I can get from other places other than the overworld. But I did get to hook up my solar panel to a flux duct network, and I expanded that network to include my water wheel and all my power generation sources on day 50, so I can move my manufactory up to the rest of my machines, and now we're getting more power, especially with the addition of 2 more solar panels. I'd also been making more steel, so I made another bulkhead, or at least I started on another one, and I continued decorating the inside of my main hub room. And I also worked on digging out some more area for my machine room. And then it was time to make the first defensive feature of our base, the Flak 88, which is a massive cannon that can shoot artillery shells. And the reason I decided to make this specific cannon is because it's the only one that I found that could shoot the artillery shells. I could be wrong, but that's why I tested. Unfortunately, I didn't know about the vehicle crafting table, so when I tried to add a recipe to it, it crashed the game. So I was like, I guess I have to spawn it in and throw away the items, which is what you're seeing here. So I spawned it in, I yeeted out the items. Eventually I do discover the vehicle crafting table, but at the time I didn't know about it. Luckily, the artillery shells have a crafting recipe, although they are quite expensive to make. They require a lot of TNT. And I dug out a little bunker and put down my huge flak cannon. It's going to shoot out the opening of the river that comes out of the mountain, and I think that it will serve us very well in the coming days. The artillery shells, they're very strong. You'll see in a sec here. And there goes a huge part of the mountain from one artillery shell. It blew up a lot of stone, a lot of dirt, and it's quite effective against mobs. On day 53, I finished off the decorations for my main hub room, in which consisted of adding concrete to all the walls, although I don't have enough steel for all the bulkheads on all the different sides, unfortunately, yet. But we'll add that in as we go. I also worked on the bunker, little area for the cannon outside as well. I made the walls concrete. I filled in the floor to make the floor look nice, and generally I spruced it up a bunch. And not a moment too soon, because that evening we had another blood moon, meaning there would be plenty of test subjects for my artillery cannon, namely that skeleton over there. I mean, what skeleton? The skeleton's gone now. There was never a skeleton there. Oh yeah, you can see that a skeleton soldier spawned right next to me. I had just been gone, and then I came back, and yeah, that's Blood Moon. Oh yeah, and the zombie also went down my ladder, and I missed several times shooting this one poor zombie in the river. Eventually I would hit the zombie. It's apparently easy to miss with a huge artillery shell, or I might just be bad, but eventually we got him. There he goes, and he's dead. We're a little over halfway through the 100 days, and I think it's a fair time to start working on the reactor room because, well, I need more power. We need a nuclear reactor. It's going to happen. So I dug a staircase about 10 blocks up or so from one of the tunnel openings off of the main hub room. It's actually directly in front of the main entrance, and I also spent a ton of time making a very, very useless melon farm because I would figure out later it didn't work because redstone changed and it's different in this version than new versions. And I also found a compressed creeper, which is exactly what it sounds like. You kill one creeper, and there's like 5 million that spawn from it. It was a little bit scary, but I did kill all the creepers. None of them actually blew up, thanks to my SMG and my assault rifle. So that was pretty cool. Not even the one that snuck up on me at the last second. Not gonna happen. I also did some research on what nuclear fuels we're going to want to use, and I settled on LEU-235 fuel, which is just made from uranium-235 and uranium-238, both of which are fairly easy isotopes to acquire, as they come both from just a uranium ingot put into an isotope separator. But the isotope separator would require tough alloy, which is not something I had made before, which is a combination of ferroboron alloy and lithium. So I made that in the alloy furnace on day 56, and we got our first bit of tough alloy. The isotope separator required the machine chassis, which is what I actually needed the alloy for, and I also made some motors, which were pretty easy. I just took some solenoids, which I already had made before, and then the isotope separator just needed the basic plating in addition to that, and there we go. We've got our isotope separator. I also figured out how to somehow teleport down into my flat cannon when right-clicking on a different machine facing it, which was really weird. But when I got back, I put uranium into the isotope separator, and a little bit later, I got my isotopes. Also, you can make nuclear weapons with uranium-235. That is a thing in this mod pack, in case any of you are wondering. After processing 9 uranium ingots, I was able to make one piece of uranium-235 and make the LEU-235 fuel, which has pretty decent stats. It's kind of the basic starter fuel, which when you run it out, you deplete it, you can process it into new and more radioactive elements, which can be turned into even better fuel. What do you know, while we were doing all that nuclear stuff, a big tropical cyclone had been brewing outside of our house, and by that point it was actually on our house. I think it got to a category 4 at its worst, so I just decided to stay inside and dig out more of my machine room. We were slowly getting there, and on day 58, I noticed that spring had arrived, which was nice because stuff will grow again, namely my sweet potatoes, and those are always good to have. I was starting to run out. I also had been saving up steel, and I was able to put down some of the steel for the front entrance of my bunker. No more of this granite garbage. I actually had some steel, although the front isn't quite done yet. I did work on it a bit more on day 59. I added like a little archway, which looked cool because with only one layer, it didn't look too nice, and I was pretty happy with how it looked. It just needs 5 more blocks of steel, which we'll get eventually. And that afternoon, I dug out a little flat area on top of a hill above my bunker because we're going to use it as a runway for one of our planes, our first plane. You know how you guys keep asking me about the Industrial Revolution, if there's planes or vehicles in there? Well, the answer is no. But there are planes in this mod pack, specifically planes armed with combat capabilities like the World War II Spitfire, which is what we're going to make. And remember how I said that I would learn about the vehicle crafting table later? Well, I did after I made most of the materials that I would need for the plane without even looking at the crafting recipe, because you see, I was only looking in JEI, and I was like, okay, well, there's no JEI recipe, then it probably doesn't exist. I tried to add it on my own, it crashed the game, so I was like, well, I guess I'll have to spawn it in. But what JEI doesn't tell you is that the vehicle crafting table thing actually shows you how to craft everything, including my flat cannon. And I looked at what it took. Honestly, what I threw away was about equivalent to it, so I don't feel bad. But they did show me that I needed some materials which I didn't already have for the Spitfire, including wheels which take leather, and I didn't have a lot of leather. And the easiest way for me to get leather was to make the chemical laboratory, put rotten flesh in it, and process that into leather. But I was still short on the green dye, so I had to go all the way to a desert, and I was also short on leather, so I used my market to get a cow spawn egg and get that final piece of leather. And by the end of the night, on day 60, I'd obtained a Spitfire. Immediately the next morning, I wanted to go fly my new plane, and I had to make some fuel for it. Apparently, fuel is made with coal. You just jam the coal into the can and then pour said coal into the tank. A little bit of interesting logic there, but I fueled up my plane. I don't have any ammo for it right now, but we can fly it, and that's what I did. I think we can all agree that my landing skills need some work, but apart from that, it is really, really, really fun to fly that plane. It handles so well for a Minecraft mod. It's not even like a flight sim game, and it's so fun to fly. But anyways, moving on to the next day, I did some work on my base. I fixed some ventilation systems, and I put down some stuff on the floor. And on day 63, I started putting down the stairs to go up to the reactor room. I made out of frame stairs so that I could put the factory blocks onto the stair texture, and it looks pretty cool. We have the floor mostly done up there, and I started digging out the room that I would have my reactor in. I want there to be like a little room behind the main area where the reactor is going to go. And I want there to be like a balcony on one side with sort of like a command bridge kind of thing where you can oversee the reactor and turn it on and off and stuff like that. So on day 64, I dug out the outline for the main reactor room while leaving the two staircases going up on either side of the entrance hallway. And once I had it all dug out, I could use Vein Miner to destroy all the blocks that were within the border. And I think the reactor room is like 15 by 15, or it's something like that. It's fairly decently sized. We have plenty of room to build different sizes of reactors in here. We could go pretty big eventually if we want to. That evening there was a storm near my base, and I decided to take my Spitfire for a spin through the tornado, which was extremely fun. The tornado itself doesn't directly affect the movement of the plane, but if you bump into the blocks that are getting sucked up in the tornado, it will actually bounce your plane around, which is pretty cool. And even cooler than that is flying above the clouds and seeing the storm from above, something I haven't been able to do before. Day 65, I continued working on the bunker tunnel that went to the reactor room by filling in all the concrete walls, and I just needed to get steel, which I am still waiting on. It takes a while. I went to the desert as well with my plane so that I could grab some sand. It's so easy to travel now that I have this plane. It's so inexpensive to fly as long as I don't crash it. And I just grabbed a bunch of sand using a vein miner. I also went over to like the little rocky hillside area that's near my base near the desert to grab some coal, because I still don't have like an automatic way to get that. I never found the coal vein, unfortunately, so I have to mine it manually. Oh no, Stone Age, very sad. For now at least. Luckily there's lots of exposed coal there. And when I went to land that evening, I was a little bit closer. I was pointed the wrong direction, but it was better than last time. Oh, and I also got a bunch of diamonds for my drill, which I was able to vein mine and get all at once, which was very nice. And I filled in the front of the bunker with the last 5 pieces of steel blocks. On day 66, I worked on digging out the stairwells that would go up to the command bridge area thingy of the reactor, so that I could get up there easily. And I also made the nuclear furnace, which is a very special furnace. Basically, you can put uranium ingots and other stuff into it, and it smelts items incredibly quickly. It's like 30 or so items per uranium ingot. It's very nice. Although, I don't have an infinite supply of those right now, so I can't use it constantly. Also, blew up a few mobs with my artillery cannon. As you do, they kind of got into the river and were just perfect targets for me to snipe. I also had my own explosive troubles as a creeper blew up my progress on the staircase, which was annoying, but I fixed it. And we had a blood moon literally the next day as well, which was also a little bit unfortunate. But the cool thing is I figured out how to make ammunition for the 2 weapons on the Spitfire. I realized you craft weapons and ammo by making the various weapon boxes, and I figured out how to make the 50 cal ammo that you use for the Spitfire. But unfortunately, when I went to go and look for the Spitfire, it was gone. And I almost died because blood moon. But the more important thing was the Spitfire just vanished. My conclusion from all that was that if you leave it on the ground for some reason, it just disappears. Because I checked the footage and I left it there. I didn't pick it up. I didn't let it decay. It just vanished, which was really annoying. So I had to make another one the next day, but it wasn't too bad. I had basically everything I needed. And on day 68, I was able to take it out, this time with ammo for my guns, so I can actually shoot them. The weapons don't do damage to blocks except for glass. They can shatter glass, which is cool. But they do damage to mobs and other things like that, which is fun. I also got closer to landing correctly. I almost didn't fall down a step. The following morning, I made the engineer's workbench so I could make some specific crafting components that I can't make without it. And then I worked on filling in the floor of the nuclear reactor room and got it all done. And inside that border of like the hazard blocks is where we're going to be putting our reactor. We can always expand it if we want to. It's just a reference for now. And I made a ton of mashed sweet potatoes as well because I was running out of food and I needed some more. They're pretty cheap to make. I decided to take a few blocks of steel and turn them into these railing balustrade block things in my architecture craft bench thingy. and I was going to use them as railings on the balcony overlooking my nuclear reactor room, and they looked really cool. I'm glad I did that, especially on the steel scaffolding, like great pattern blocks. And I also worked on making the border of concrete tile along the walls on the staircase and like other places in the reactor room. And then we had a blood moon again, which is a bit annoying. I tweaked the frequency of that a little bit, but not that much. But it just allowed me to be productive all night long, and I made a garden cloche using stuff from the engineer's workbench. I also made an infinite water source for the garden cloche because it's super easy and very convenient to use. I also ran a flux duct line underneath the floor into the machine room so I could get power there. Day 71 was a very important day. After we set up the garden cloche, it was time to make the fission controller for our fission reactor, which will produce a much more significant amount of power than our water wheel. Some of the parts of the fission controller were relatively simple, but others were not, like the advanced plating, which was rather expensive. It also took 2 nuclear furnaces, which took a new type of alloy, magnesium diboride alloy. I'd probably mispronounce that, to be honest. But after I did a bunch of crafting, which took most of the day, I was able to make the fission controller, so that on day 72, I was all set to go ahead and start making our first fission reactor, which I did right away. I made some fission reactor casings. They are pretty simple. They're just basic plating and tough alloy. So they're relatively inexpensive as long as I can continue to make those various resources. And it's just going to be a 3x1x3 like pancake reactor for now, and we'll expand it later on. So I made just 1 reactor cell, and I worked on making 1 moderator block, in this case graphite, and 1 quartz cooler to go along with our reactor cell, because each cooler has like different ways that it interacts with stuff in different like working conditions, and the quartz cooler was relatively effective, and it also was pretty easy to set up. I had to fight off a bunch of mobs, which is annoying because I was working at night and it's still not safe in there, but I was able to set everything up. And when I got the reactor multi-block formed, we could see all the stuff happening on the inside, and when there's no fuel in it, it's got negative 90 heat being generated per tick, so it'll be less than that when we actually put fuel in it, but it's looking pretty good. Once again, we had a blood moon, so I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take my plane and go exploring, and I happened to come across a village really close by, which I just hadn't noticed before, and I figured I'd go back and explore that a little bit later, but it was a fun find during the blood moon. It was actually a pretty productive night, and I had my first successful landing of the Spitfire next morning when I came back from flying around that night, which was very nice. And I also wasted no time in putting my 1 piece of nuclear fuel into the reactor, and once I gave it redstone control, it turned on and we were producing power with only a little bit of heat being created. Actually, there's no heat being created. It's negative 23 heat per tick, which is cool, but also my radiation went up significantly when I turned it on, so I need to make some medium radiation shielding. I also grabbed obsidian for some stuff I need in the next few days, and also there was like a big tropical cyclone which I flew around in for a minute, but I was experimenting with new types of armor that I could add my radiation shield into, my medium radiation shielding, and I ended up just settling on a steel chest plate, combat leggings, and diamond boots, because I didn't want anything that would increase my jump height to like less than 2 blocks but more than 1 block, because it's annoying, which is why I ended up having pretty mismatched armor. But the next day I added a line from my nuclear reactor to my main flux duct network so I could get my power to my machines. And now I can add the speed upgrade to any of the machines and they won't run out of power. And in addition, I was able to start making medium radiation shielding, which is a little bit more complicated and requires the light radiation shielding to begin with. And I finished off my full set of medium radiation shielding armor on day 75. I also went mining mainly for clay that day, but I was relatively unsuccessful. That's about all I did, and I only found a small amount of clay. But on day 76, I discovered that you can actually make clay quite a few different ways, including in the chemical laboratory, which is something I already have. And I also took a look at the fuel reprocessor recipe for the nuclear fuel I'm burning to see what my depleted version of it will turn into, and it gives me some cool stuff. I also got some clay from my chemical laboratory and finished off another bulkhead. It was a very productive day. And I did a lot of building on day 77. I was just working on the walls of the reactor room to make it look as like industrial as we could. I may add a second reactor room later on, probably not in this video, but eventually we may if we continue this series. And now is probably a good time as any to mention that, yeah, we're going to have the characteristic like tower thingy that comes out of the reactor. That's what's going above this, if in case any of you are wondering. I finished most of the room on day 78. I was able to finish 2 of the walls on that day. I added my lamps, my neat little tech guns lamps, and our first nuclear fuel depleted, and it was extremely radioactive, so I couldn't carry it for that long. Luckily, I'd made more fuel in the meantime to replace it. My main concern, however, that day was making a new weapon, the Infiltrator, which is a scoped and silenced assault rifle, much better than the current one that I have. So on day 79, I started making some plastic for a plastic gun stock for it, which requires oil in addition to rubber. So I had to go down to that big oil deposit I found, but luckily it does actually work with the chemical factory, that version of oil, which was very nice. So I was able to make plastic and make the gun stock. I already had the hardened barrel materials, which is just the obsidian, and I made some hardened like mechanical parts stuff for the steel receiver. It's definitely a better weapon, although it's unfortunately one of the best weapons I can make right now without progressing farther on. I cannot make the Scar or anything else. So I made the first version of the gun, which is just like an M4 assault rifle. It's not the Infiltrator. You have to combine that with some other stuff to turn it into the Infiltrator, which is what I worked on day 80. Luckily, I was able to figure out a way to craft like the hardened glass stuff, because I can't make anything from Ender IO right now, or thermal expansion for various reasons. Luckily, there was a crafting recipe I was able to find, and I was able to scrape together the materials for it from the blaze rods that I already had. And by the end of that day, I made the Infiltrator, which is, as I mentioned before, scoped and silenced. This is the first scoped weapon I could make. And I was able to test it out that evening on an unsuspecting zombie. And usually the weapon will either 2 or 3 shot the mob, depending on what it is, so it's pretty good. Of course, it was a blood moon as well. Did I mention that? It always seems to be a blood moon. On day 81, I finally realized that my automatic melon farm was not so automatic, and it just didn't work because I didn't realize redstone was different. So I spent a ton of time tinkering around with it till I finally figured out a system that works. It's probably not the most efficient, but I wasn't really doing redstone in 1.12. I do 1.16 redstone. I also made another piece of our reactor fuel, the LEU-235 fuel, so that I can continue getting power. And the next day, I went to grab a bunch of gravel because I don't really have a good way to make that or get that automatically, but it's pretty easy to go and vein mine. And that evening, I decided to take a trip on over to that village that we'd found earlier because I had yet to explore it. I kind of forgot about it, but we were going to go check it out this time. It would turn out that there would be a lot of loot chests and materials in that village, but the thing that I didn't realize is that there was a hostile force occupying the village just outside of render distance.
Memories lost in vain. It's only gonna make us stronger as we heal the pain. Can you hear the sirens? Can you see the enemy line? I feel it coming closer. We're braver than a lion. We're steady in our state of mind, keeping our composure.
I was not in the slightest bit prepared to encounter a fully armed and armored aircraft carrier just outside of the village with attack helicopters that do not like me. And I thought I was at first safe in my plane, that the plane didn't take damage. And I found out, as you saw, that I take damage. And it turns out the plane also took some damage, just not as much. The only reason I was able to survive that long is because the plane has a lot of armor, apparently. And those helicopters are not good at hitting me while I'm flying around. And the missiles can't really hit me either. They are not guided. Unfortunately, there are guided missiles, but I'm lucky that those helicopters don't have them in this mod pack. That's something we'll have to go back and deal with later on. I don't really have what it takes to conquer that aircraft carrier. So I spent just most of day 84, actually all of day 84, just doing a ton of building on the reactor room. I finished most of what had to be built, like down, sunk into the ground, not counting the big tower. And I discovered that it looked pretty cool having this other, like a factory block from Chisel put halfway up the wall. So it added a very nice contrast because with everything being concrete, it was a bit boring. It wasn't ideal. I also started making redstone wires and connectors so that I could activate and deactivate my nuclear reactor from a distance, namely the distance being the command bridge. I wanted to just be able to sit up there, flick a lever, and have it turn on or off, just like that. So I connected up the fission controller with redstone wires to the command bridge up there. And I got it all set up so that I can just turn that lever on and off, and it will activate or deactivate the reactor, which is really cool and exactly what I was hoping for. I also found this really cool industrial, like, strong door thingy called the Tech Door from Tech Guns, which I decided would be a good thing to put up in the reactor room, specifically to block it off from the rest of my base, mainly because I was tired of having to put dirt in the hallway to stop zombies coming down during blood moons where I couldn't sleep. But the door would work just fine, and it looked really cool. It had a really cool animation for opening and closing, and it was a pretty good find, especially because I don't have Malice's doors, because that mod, unfortunately, or Malice's core, rather, breaks some of the other things here, which is unfortunate. I fully finished the bottom part of the reactor room as well on day 85, and of course we had another blood moon, but at least I have a door. And I also used a bunch of industrial hemp fibers to make a bunch of hempcrete, which is what I made the garden close for to begin with, because I was going to need that for part of the tower. I also began working on making the fuel reprocessor so I can take my depleted fuel from the reactor and turn it into some useful things. And it was a blood moon, so I just didn't have much else to do that night except do a bunch of microcrafting. Eventually, I was able to make it, and I stuck my depleted LEU-235 fuel into it and started it processing. Once it finished, it gave me uranium and neptunium and 2 different isotopes of plutonium, both of which are quite radioactive and dangerous. I also put a piece of thorium into my isotope separator and separated it into 2 useful isotopes, which I can use to make another type of fuel. But on day 86, I made the ring for my big tower out of hempcrete so that I would sort of have an outline and it would look cool, and I started using the light gray concrete to build up the tower. I also took the thorium that I made from my isotope separator and made TBU fuel, which will turn into a few other cool things when I process it once it's depleted. I also made the smoker, which is a decorative block which emits a ton of smoke particles, which I'll use at the top of the big tower to make it look like steam is coming off of it. In addition, that day I did something very dangerous, which was to grab the tiny clumps of radioactive material out of the fuel reprocessor and put them in a chest, and just that little bit of exposure to it gave me a huge amount of radiation. In fact, I reached 1% irradiation on my player. In other words, my radiation level is 10 rads, which is enough to make my bar start to fill up. But when I'm not handling raw plutonium, it's alright. So the next day, I kept on making my tower. I made the outline of it with concrete just to see the shape of it, to see how it looked. And I also worked on making a compressed iron hammer because it would allow me to turn compressed cobblestone into gravel super easily. But the main reason I wanted to do this was not because I need a lot of gravel, but because I can make a heavy sieve or sieve, depending on how you want to pronounce it, and you can make different like meshes, and if you put a diamond mesh in there, you can get a bunch of different ore pieces for sifting, sieving gravel. And the main thing I was after was uranium, because right now I have to manually mine uranium, but I was experimenting with this to see if it would be viable, and I know I can make like a powered one of these as well, so we may do that at some point. I just have to give it a constant supply of gravel. I also got really creeped out by this weird noise that I heard around my like nuclear reactor, and it turned out just to be a basils or whatever, however you pronounce it. It's like an earth blaze or something in a wall. But I ended up only getting like 11 uranium ore or something from an entire stack of compressed gravel being sieved or sieved. so it's not super efficient, unfortunately. I wanted to make a second burner drill, so I started making the components for that on day 89, and I tinkered around a bit in my machine room as well. I continued filling in the floor, and I finally dug all of it out very slowly by hand, manually, without vein mine, because I didn't want to have to fill in a ton of excess area that would be vein mined if I did do that. I also made a fluid trash can, which I hooked up to my coke oven so that it would just delete the creosote oil, which I don't need. And I also made 2 external heaters so that I could have a semi-automated smelting array for my items that just runs off of power instead of coal, because I need my coal for coal coke. Oh yeah, and the next day I had a brief fight with some helicopters at the aircraft carrier before getting absolutely wrecked by a couple rotary cannon volleys. I had to stay away from there for a little bit after that. And to heal my injuries, I consumed a blackberry jelly sandwich with much enthusiasm. I did everything to finish the tunnel leading to the machine room except for the steel bulkheads, which I just don't have right now, on day 91. So we can pretty much call it done until I accumulate the steel very slowly, because I just rely on waiting for that coal coke for now. I also made the rest of the burner drill components, and I went out and looked again for a coal vein with literally no success, but I didn't even stop looking after a rainstorm showed up, and then it turned into a tropical cyclone and I got picked up in it. I was not deterred, and even after that I continued looking without success for a stupid coal vein. We may have to try the immersive engineering bucket wheel excavator or a few other things, because we're just not finding one right now. And it might be better if I can get the seismic reader as well, but we're not advanced enough for that yet. We'll get that eventually, hopefully. I got another piece of depleted fuel the next day, so I could put it in the processor to get more plutonium and neptunium. And I also finished off most of the nuclear, tower thingy, the nuclear plant's tower. I don't know what the actual purpose of it is in power plants. Maybe we should look that up. But it is kind of the iconic thing, and it's mostly finished. I also finally finished the floor on my machine room, and I started digging out a ventilation system because we have that coke oven, and it's been producing pollution for a long time. But on day 93, I finished off the top of this tower, and I also grabbed more radioactive plutonium and put it in my inventory because Megamind again, and we got more radiation. It's very radioactive. And at last, I discovered that my melon farm had actually produced melons. It did what it was meant to do 40 days ago, or whenever I built that thing. Day 94, I installed most of the ventilation system and got it partially working so that some of the pollution at least will get taken out of that room from the coke oven. I also made a bunch of steel sheet metal slabs to put on the top of the tower for the nuclear power plant, but it was too tall, so I had to remove a layer of concrete. But once I did that, it looked pretty good, and I was happy with it. It just needs the smokers and one other detail, and that detail being some red and black concrete to try to kind of replicate the radioactive symbol. We can't really exactly, but we'll get the idea across. It's not, I know it's not the same, but it's kind of difficult to make, so it'll have to be close enough. On day 95, I started adding the smokers to the tower, and it was looking pretty cool, although there was one unintended side effect of the smokers that I would realize later. We also had a blood moon that night, so I decided to hop in my plane and just go flying around, because I also knew that there was a severe storm out there somewhere near my base, and I was going to find it, and we were going to fly through it. The problem with the smokers may become apparent to you now, because this was around the time when it became very obvious to me, and that problem with them is that they produce pollution. They're not supposed to. They're decorative blocks. They don't burn anything. They just produce smoke particles. So I have to disable that in configs and stuff. I'll do that for like the next video if we do a next video. For now, I'll just deal with it. And I made some floodlights to make the tower look cool at nighttime. And while I was setting up the power line, a creeper blew up, and that meant that I had to fix some stuff. But unfortunately, thanks to the stupid decorative smokers producing pollution, it was actually getting a little bit annoying to stand down in like the reactor pit area. I also worked on making a bunch of fission reactor casings, because one of our final acts before the end of this video will be to expand our reactor. Unfortunately for me though, this TBU fuel that I put into it burns for a lot longer than I expected, and I didn't want to waste this, so it showed by about the time that it would run out and deplete, that would be around on like midway through day 100, and so it would be really down to the wire to expand that reactor, so I would just have to hope that I could do it in time. It was kind of fun watching the smoke particles get blown around by the wind, and I also made more ammo for my Spitfire on the end of day 98, and on day 99 I figured out how to fix my Spitfire using the blowtorch, because one of the wings took a lot of damage. The whole thing actually had taken a bit of a beating from all like the helicopters and crashing into various things. And later that day I disabled the smokers with levers, and that didn't work, so I ended up just having to remove them. It was kind of sad, but if we do another video, then they will be fixed by then. It's just pretty easy, I believe, to change in configs. And day 100 was upon us. I'd gathered everything we need for the reactor, and it was just down to the TBU fuel depleting, and halfway through the day, there it goes. Now we can destroy the multi-block, and we can now make the new reactor. I also processed it to get like some stuff from it. I got some Neptunium and cool stuff. But I was going to make a 3x3x3 reactor with a few more cells on the inside, which would also require more coolers for compensations. I'd made some of that stuff in advance, and after a bunch of tinkering around on the inside, I was able to get it to where I could produce about 400 RF per tick and still have negative heat production, meaning that the reactor would not overheat and it would melt down. No nuclear catastrophes for this video. Sorry to disappoint everyone who was hoping it would blow up. But I think for my final act in this video, we're going to go and head over to that aircraft carrier one final time. If we do continue this series, then one of our goals in the next video will be to conquer that aircraft carrier and perhaps turn it into a second base where we could actually land and operate planes off of. I think that'd be very cool. Remember how I said at the end of the previous video that we were going to take over that aircraft carrier in the next 100 days? Well, that's exactly what we're starting out with. Oh yeah, I also replaced the smokers because I fixed the problem with them producing pollution. But there's a couple things I need before we can go take on the aircraft carrier, namely some small bombs and a rocket launcher to assist with that helicopter in case we have to actually like 1v1 it on the ground. Hopefully not, but we'll see what happens. My strategy for taking over the aircraft carrier is to bomb the spawn points on the upper deck with my plane, and then we'll try to land on what's left of the runway and take it over from there. We may have successfully eliminated the airborne threat posed by the helicopter, but there's still an entire aircraft carrier worth of hostile soldiers and commandos that we have to deal with. So yeah, there was apparently a soldier with a combat shotgun behind me that I just didn't notice in time. There was a pretty significant amount of loot from the carrier after I gathered all of it. As you can see, there's a lot of weapons there. But I had to leave later that day so that I could come back the next day with some materials to start repairing it, because it took 2 bomb hits and 1 direct rocket launcher hit, in addition to most of the windows being blown out by my strafing runs in the previous 100 days. But luckily it's all just glass and factory blocks, which is pretty easy to make. And the next day, I landed on it for the first time, or rather I crashed onto the runway. I kind of clipped like the opening with my back wheel, and it sank me down into the floor, and it was not good. But one thing we are going to do is expand the aircraft carrier, because it's really stubby. Like, it just ends all of a sudden on the back. So I started making the extension, but unfortunately a blood moon came, and it was also like a rainstorm, so it got kind of spooky, and I had to leave because most of the carrier still wasn't lit up enough, and it was much safer in the sky. The next day, I just made a ton of sandwiches because I was almost out of food, and I went back to the aircraft carrier on day 109 and had a relatively successful landing. I also added a weather radar to the carrier so I can see storms nearby because it's in the ocean, so storms literally form all around us, which is something we have to be careful of. The entirety of day 110 was spent just practicing landing on the carrier with the new extension toward the back, and it took a while to get the hang of it. But I'm not just extending the runway portion. I have to extend all the lower decks as well, which are quite extensive. There's actually 2 floors below the main deck, which I had to extend. I even rescued a stranded ocelot that I found dumped in the middle of the ocean from a tornado, and I brought it back to the ship to safety. Oh yeah, and I did obtain a combat shotgun from one of the enemies that I killed while taking over the aircraft carrier, which is very epic. Now that we have this aircraft carrier under our control, you're probably wondering what I want to use it for other than just the coolness factor of landing planes on it. Well, it does have a specific use, and that is to be a mining outpost for coal, because I did find a coal vein nearby, which is something that we're going to be capitalizing on in the future, but right now I can't exploit it too much. I did go back to my base, however, and start working on the walls of my machine room, because they're really bad right now. They're just cobblestone. So I spent several days working on them. I set my nether portal into the wall, and it looks pretty cool. I also tore down the melon farm. It didn't ever really do very much. It wasn't worth it. So it ended up being much better gone. I also went out and got a ton of sand on day 119, and I ate this clouds puff thingy, whatever it is. It gave me levitation, which is kind of neat. But I used that sand to create compressed sand, which I used my compressed iron hammer to mine. But it gave me dust. The wrong kind of dust. It gave me the pollution dust, not the dust items/blocks I was after. So I changed some config stuff, punched the dust out the door, and got the regular dust that I actually wanted, which I can put in a sieve and obtain blaze powder from. But I got extremely distracted on day 120, and I started making a bottling machine because I had an idea of how I might be able to automate fresh water for drinking. It might just work. So I started by making the bottling machine, which will load fluid into items like buckets. And I was able to test it out, and it did, in fact, bottle the water in the bucket. That doesn't really make sense, but it does work. Basically, what my plan is for my water purification system is that water buckets will just get loaded in the bottling machine, and then they'll get sent to a furnace where they're smelted into purified water. In other words, they're just like boiled. It's kind of the concept behind that. And then they get put into a tank, which then empties into a pipe, which will take the purified water and add it to like a like this fluid grate vent thing, which dumps it into the world so that I can actually drink it. And the buckets, which are now empty, will go back to the bottling machine, and they'll get filled back up with water, and the cycle will repeat itself. It will stop itself though once the tank that holds the water is completely full, so it doesn't like constantly run. It doesn't waste a ton of water or power or anything. I mean, it's just an infinite water source, so it's not really water wasted, but the power is a thing. Also, I ran out of nuclear fuel, which was not epic, but I did decide to move all of my isotopes up toward my nuclear reactor to take the radiation somewhere else, up to where it's already radioactive, and I already have to handle it up there. In the next couple days, I worked on finishing the ceiling for my machine room, because that was mostly the last thing I had to do except for one wall, which I'm not sure what I'm going to do with yet. I may do some stuff with that in the future, but I did get to make my first nuclear fuel, at least I think is my first nuclear fuel, out of Neptunium, which I think when we deplete it and reprocess it will give us americium, which is the next nuclear fuel along the line. In addition to that, I made a heavy auto sieve, which basically takes compressed like blocks, like compressed gravel, plus a net and some power, or a mesh and some power, and gives you pieces of ore and like gems and stuff from sieving it, which is very helpful because that means I can get automatic uranium and thorium, among other things. And I also had the steel bulkhead to finish off the wall of my machine room, which looks pretty cool. And I made some cobblestone generators, which will infinitely supply cobblestone for my endeavors. By that time, my nuclear fuel depleted, and I moved some of my machines up toward my reactor, things that deal directly with nuclear fuel and isotopes and stuff like that. And it gave me a few different types of americium and plutonium. And the next day, I went back to the aircraft carrier to retrieve a set of commando armor, which would replace my current set of armor, which is mostly broken. And by the end of day 129, I fully automated the production of uranium and thorium, albeit in small quantities. Basically, it's just an auto hammer, which takes the cobblestone from the cobble generator and turns it into gravel, which goes into the sieve and then gets sieved for various ore pieces and stuff like that. But the next day, I had stuff to do. I need to make a second nuclear reactor for my aircraft carrier because we're going to need power there for some things in the future. That required making another fission controller, which was the hardest thing. We've already made one of those, so I'm not going to show it too in depth again, but it took most of the day of crafting, let's just say that. I already had a bunch of leftover fission casings, so I was able to just grab that. I didn't have to make too many more of them, but unfortunately, when I actually went to install the reactor, I realized that the carrier was an even number of blocks wide, and I wanted the reactor to be an odd number of blocks wide. So what did I do once I got it built and like ready to use? Well, what I first did was make a bunch more sandwiches. But after that, did I expand the reactor to make it an even number of blocks wide? No. But what I did instead was widen the entire carrier by one block. Yeah, that's so much easier than expanding the reactor. But in all honesty, I much prefer builds that are odd numbers in Minecraft. I just don't like even number builds. So that's what I did for several days, just widened by one entire block. I had to rescue my ocelot again because it escaped at one point. But by about day like 135, I was able to actually like have a completed reactor and have it be an odd number of blocks and have it be all symmetrical, which is pretty good. And the carrier itself looks really nice now. I also found a bit of oil sand while exploring later that day, which will become very important later on, or rather the bitumen that I acquired from it. When I got back to my base, I began sieving dust to obtain blaze powder, and I also made these porcelain dolls, which will allow me to spawn blazes if I make them into blazing dolls when I drop them into a barrel of lava. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but it is a thing here, and it means I don't have to like run through the entire nether just to get blaze rods. I'll explain why I need blaze rods in a bit, but the important thing is I took the blaze powder from the sieving of the dust, or sieving of the dust, and used it to spawn blazes indirectly. And so I did that for a while. On day 137, I got a lot of dust. I even used my auto sieve that I swapped out for a normal sieve for the uranium production and used that to sieve my dust and get tons of blaze powder because I need a total of 8 blaze rods for what I'm trying to make here. Some of you may know what I'm making, but we'll get to it in a sec. I just spent a bunch of time the next few days killing blazes, waiting for like dust, waiting for blaze powder to generate and stuff like that. But eventually, I obtained 8 blaze rods, and I was able to craft 2 ender chests. But they're not normal ender chests. They are the special ender chests, which allow you to take items out of them with a hopper, and they also are the color-coded ones. In other words, you can have a bunch of different color combinations with dye on the top, and it'll just link to whatever one has the same color. It's pretty straightforward, but I need them for my coal production, which we'll get to in a little bit. I also fully swapped to my commando outfit, but that required giving it medium radiation shielding, so I had to make more of that on day 40 so that I don't die to the radiation extra fast. After leaving my automated sieve and stuff running for a while, I discovered I had a lot of ore chunk things. And you don't get a ton of ore from it. It's like not a one-to-one thing. It takes 4 of them to make 1 ore, but then you can double the ore, so it's really like you get half as many actual like ingots as what you have pieces there, but it's still pretty good. And I made a set of burner drill components for that coal vein because we are going to go back to that aircraft carrier and we're going to start mining that coal and getting it automatically. Unfortunately for me, I realized I would need a chunk loader. I didn't know if the ender chests would act as a chunk loader as they were transporting items. The answer is they don't, so I had to make a world spike. But this time I actually could get fuel for it, unlike in the Industrial Revolution. And I was able to get coal in my base, even though it was actually being mined from the other side of the map, the other side of the world, which is pretty cool. At least I got an ender pearl out of all those deaths. That was nice. Also, the game audio did glitch while I was recording this, so that's why you're not hearing it for a few days, but it does come back very shortly. On day 144, I assembled a crusher at long last so that I can double my ore really fast instead of putting it in the manufactory, which is slow and takes a lot of power. I also did a bunch of stuff with the nuclear fuel on that day as well, and realized that I might be able to make a plutonium RTG relatively soon, which is what I set out to begin working on. And I also made a cow in a jar on day 145, so I have endless milk and I don't have to actually milk my cow. And I made my first diamond drill head that day, and I noticed something interesting about the particles from my smokers from my cooling tower, because I saw your guys' comments. I get that it's a cooling tower now, but it's just for decoration. And apparently the particles go really far, and they get turned into like a little spiral when there's a storm with the wind swirling, which is kind of a cool effect. And on day 146, I got some bean seeds. Yes, we can have more bean memes if you guys are desperate for that. But the reason that I did that is so that I can make this new like sausage bean melt thing, which is super good. I have the ability to make sausage using bee grubs. It's really nasty sounding, but it does work for some reason. That food restores a bunch of saturation and 4 different nutrients, which is why I set out to make it. I made the unfortunate discovery that I can't make the block of plutonium RTG, which will just produce 100 RF infinitely with no input, with the plutonium that I have now, because I need plutonium 238, which can only be obtained through processing a very specific type of, I believe, neptunium nuclear fuel. And that neptunium nuclear fuel needs a lot of neptunium 236, which you get a lot of from a specific type of uranium nuclear fuel. And I had to adapt my reactor significantly to be able to burn it because it makes a lot of heat. I had to completely rework the inside with coolers and cells and moderator blocks, and it took some time before I was able to make the reactor not overheat. Because if it does, it will melt down. I don't know what happens when it melts down, but I don't think that it's something that we need to find out right now. Eventually, I was able to get it to where I could burn the fuel, and I just left it to slowly burn and deplete over time. Yeah, so I've got a lot of XP now in addition to ore pieces, so we're good to do enchanting in the next couple days, which is something I've been meaning to do for a while. I really need to do that, but I also have been getting an insane amount of stuff between my various mining drills and that automated sieving operation. It's really good. I also made the decay hastener so I can turn Neptunium-237, I believe, into Uranium-233, which is what I need for that special uranium nuclear fuel, which will eventually lead me to the Plutonium-239. I continue to make the HEN-236 fuel, which is what will give me small amounts of Plutonium-238, and I went to the old, weird dungeon thing that we explored in the first 100 days and grabbed some bookshelves from there so that I could use them for a level 30 enchantment table. Unfortunately, the enchantments are still trash in this version. Like, a level 30 will give me one enchantment. It's so bad. The only time it's ever slightly okay is with a book. If I enchant a book, I'll get multiple things from that. And I ended up getting a few decent things, like got a breaking on the sword. I also got like a few things for my armor, but probably the best things I got were like sieve efficiency for the mesh, and I also got decay on my sword, which basically just gives the entity that you hit wither. And if you've been wondering why I've been avoiding hitting pollution with my plane, that's the reason why, right there, because I accidentally hit a piece of sulfur and the game treats it like you just hit bedrock or obsidian, and it just instantly destroys whatever part of the plane ran into it, which is exactly what happens there. Luckily, you don't have to remake the plane. You can just repair a certain part of it, in this case the wing, which is the turret and the wing itself. So that was pretty decent. It wasn't too bad. But the real reason I was flying my plane around was to look for a good spot to make a runway for the plane. And but how about we clarify that? I saw lots of comments telling me to make an airfield, and we're not going to do that. That's kind of lame. That's kind of cringe. We're going to make a massive underground hangar inside of the mountain that you can fly the plane the entire way through and out both sides, and it'll be connected to our bunker, and it's going to be very epic. But this will require a lot of digging, and it also required me to determine the dimensions of the hangar. I ended up deciding on it being 200 blocks long and about 21 blocks wide. And the height of the hangar ended up being 13 blocks. So now that we have all the dimensions, all that's left to do is make the outline of it. In other words, we dig out around the middle so that I can vein mine everything super easily and just burn through a bunch of sausage, bean melts, and titanium pickaxes. I came back to my reactor and found that the TBU fuel had finished burning, so I was able to put the HEN-236 fuel in, which will turn itself into plutonium-238 once it's depleted and reprocessed. But I had to modify the reactor again a bit to stop it from overheating. So once I did that, it was able to burn, and I went back and continued mining the last little bits of the hangar out. And on day 169, we finished mining it. It was completely empty. I think it was about like 100,000 blocks or something. And I was able to fly the plane into the hangar for the first time. That falling trajectory could not have been more perfect there, right down the cooling tower. I guess fall damage just doesn't exist from tornadoes. I don't know what the deal is with that. But either way, I grabbed some snow on day 170, brought it back to my base so that I could make a snow golem and have infinite snow anytime I needed it. Mainly because I need it for smoothies, so I can get my fruit nutrition up, because that's like the one thing that the bean melts don't give me. And so I was able to make a bunch of melon smoothies for melon I already had. And I worked on setting the pattern for the walls that evening in my main hangar. I actually already have the design all laid out like in creative, and I just have to actually start building it here. I also made the entrance to the hangar, which is going to like lead to the tunnel that goes all the way to my bunkers. Not super close, so it's kind of going to be a long tunnel. After all of my work that I did on the tunnel, I had 2 pieces of depleted HEN-236 fuel, which I could reprocess into some plutonium-238, and I was able to make 1 entire piece of it, and I had 7 tiny pieces left over. In other words, I can make 1 plutonium RTG now whenever I need it. I also worked a little bit more on my pathway by the river. It's looking really cool. I always wanted to do something with this river. The second I saw it, I was like, okay, we're going to make it look epic at some point, and this was a good opportunity to do that. I also continued decorating my hangar, which is not an easy task. It's very big, over 200 blocks long, and honestly, it's just a resource shortage at this point, just because of how many resources I need. The problem is that the main block that I use for the floor, I can't make in large quantities right this second. The block that I want to use, apart from like the decorative like factory blocks and stuff, is asphalt concrete, which requires bitumen, so that's something we're gonna need a lot of. I also discovered that I had a huge amount of just ore pieces sitting in my chest, including a ton of thorium and uranium, which I started processing into the various isotopes to make more nuclear fuel. And on day 180, I began working on making the plutonium RTG block, which will just produce 100 RF per tick constantly, and it requires no input or like just any future maintenance. It's super nice. By the end of that day, I was able to make the plutonium RTG, and I also made a bunch of floodlights to use in the hangar. Part of the reason I wanted that plutonium RTG was because I figured it could be useful in powering floodlights in my hangar, because I want most of my hangar light to come from floodlights and little alcoves in the walls and stuff like that, because I think it would look really cool and it would probably stop the mob spawn. At least that's the idea. So I tested that out, and I did get the floodlights working, but they're just temporary. I'm not leaving them on for now. I did have to go find quarried stone, though, because that's a decorative block that I want to use in the floor of the hangar. So I found a vein of it, just vein mined a bunch of it, got a few stacks. And when I got back to the hangar, I used it to make the runway stripes on either side of like just the floor, I guess. And I also made a bunch of yellow concrete, and I made as much asphalt concrete as I could with the bitumen that I had. And I used that yellow concrete to make some like floor arrows that sort of just point in the direction that you're supposed to fly in the hangar. Like it's just meant to be a one-way thing. And it looks really good, especially when I start adding the asphalt concrete, although I have barely any of it. That's something we're going to have to solve very shortly here. I also built up some more of the walls. Now you guys can probably get an idea of what it's going to look like. We should have to do that, but a lot more, and probably not even in this video. I went on the search for more oil sand on day 85 to see if it was like common enough that I could maybe get the bitumen that I need from mining it. And I looked around a lot, and I only ended up with like 20 something by the end of it, so I don't think it's going to work. It was enough for like a stack and a half of asphalt concrete. We're going to need so much more than that. It didn't even cover an entire section of the floor, unfortunately. On day 86, I made a bunch more nuclear fuels because remember how we built a reactor at our aircraft carrier earlier in the video? Well, we're going to be utilizing that now because we can't mine enough oil sand to get ourselves the bitumen we need. So we're going to have to do oil processing, which is the other way to get it because it's a byproduct of the distillation tower when you distill crude oil into diesel and gasoline and lubricant. In other words, we gotta do like the pump jack and everything, so I returned to the aircraft carrier, the bunch of wires and reactor components to upgrade the reactor because we're gonna turn this aircraft carrier into an oil processing area. We're gonna try to find an oil vein so that we can extract crude oil and process it on the carrier using the onboard reactor. I heavily upgraded the reactor design that I had by adding a lot more cells and like coolers and stuff to produce a lot more power, although it's probably not going to be sufficient immediately, but it'll help a lot. I started using the core sample drill on day 188, and on the third chunk that I checked, I obtained a core sample that told me there was oil beneath the carrier, which is very nice. In other words, I don't have to go far to get this oil processing thing. I went back to my base the next few days and started making the materials that I would need for the distillation tower and the pump jack. And I also made like a bunch of iron tanks and stuff like that to hold the processed oil like components and things like that. I also made a bunch of sheet metal so I can make an actual giant fluid tank just to hold the crude oil as I mined it. And after a ton of crafting and a lot of steel and stuff used, I had all the materials that I would need to go and assemble an oil processing rig facility thing on the aircraft carrier. After making my platform on day 193, I assembled the pump jack on the little like raft floaty thing that's off the side of the carrier because there's not really room on the carrier itself, but I think it looks pretty cool out there. I also started burning new nuclear fuel in the reactor to increase the power output. Although it does not produce exactly as much as the pump jack needs, it should be sufficient for a while. I also connected the output pipe to the carrier and I ran it through the floor up into a big like fluid tank where all the crude oil can go. And on day 194, I turned on the pump jack and we started getting crude oil being added to our tank. With the help of my plutonium RTG, it was a little bit better, but it did slow down once the internal buffer of the reactor ran out. And I had no hope of running a distillation tower at the same time as I ran the pump jack, so I just have to power the tower through a capacitor for now until we expand the reactor and upgrade it. But what matters now is that we're getting lots of bitumen pretty fast from our distillation tower that we can use to make asphalt concrete. I had to head inside for a lot. Day 96 got hit by a hurricane, windows blew out, and it was not a fun time. But I returned to my base on day 197 to make a bunch of nuclear fuel, like a bunch of different types, to see what would like maximize the power output while also not overheating and exploding the reactor, because that wouldn't be very epic. We don't want that. I also had to go mining for boron ore to make an alloy that I need to make a second plutonium RTG block, which I'll take to the aircraft carrier and use to just help the power output. And the final thing I did at my base on day 199 was fix my commando armor with some obsidian steel because it was almost dead. My reactor right now, it's kind of slow. It's not very epic. Well, it's actually fine for a different type of nuclear fuel that I was burning. But we want to burn TBU fuel because it depletes into something that I need a lot of. And I managed to somehow get like 1,000 RF out of just unaltered TBU fuel, which is rather impressive. But we also need to make a ton of asphalt concrete for our hangar floor. That's one of our main priorities now that we have bitumen that we can acquire. But I also want some more food because, well, it just kind of gets boring eating one food all the time. Also, it's a little bit difficult and just time consuming making the bean melts. So I decided to plant a grape orchard so that we could try to get some raisin cookies. But unfortunately, literally the next day, it became winter and they stopped growing. And I couldn't bone meal them either. I just don't feel like making greenhouse glass. I guess I could put them in a garden close, but it's just not worth it. It's just unfortunate timing. Entire floor of the hangar except for the asphalt concrete is all done, but at least we have a lot more concrete than we did before down. And I also finally got around to making a metal press. It took us over 200 days to get there, but I did it eventually. Of course, we're not actually using it to make plates. That would be kind of cringe. No, we are going to use it to compress ore pieces into like the ore chunks, which just like turns into ore. It's basically just an ore under a different name. Basically, it's like a 2x2 packing mold or something, and since it's a 2x2 recipe, the metal press can actually do it, so it's like a super basic auto crafter, and I was able to set it up so that the ore pieces coming out of my auto sieves were just getting compressed instantly into the ore themselves, and I didn't have to like manually craft it, which was a big time saver. I also finally finished the back wall of my machine room because I decided what I was going to do in terms of expanding out in that direction. But I did have to make some more sausage bean melts because we don't have cookies yet. Unfortunately, we're not going to get grapes for a while. On day 211, I put in all the hempcrete that we need in our hangar, and on day 212, I started digging out a new hallway going out of the back of our current machine room. And basically where it's going to go is to this big circular room that's going to have some other openings to hallways to other machine rooms leading off of it because I need more room for certain machines. We already ran out of room in the first machine room. My new machine room is the same size as our old one, and it just needs to hold a few multi-block machines, namely the machines that are used to make biodiesel, basically the industrial squeezer fermenter, and then the refinery thing. I think that's what it's called. And we need biodiesel for our mining drill that we made in the Industrial Revolution, which is extremely, extremely helpful. So on day 217, I made the squeezer and I started to get plant oil. And on day 218A, I made the fermenter, and I had to start growing melons in a garden close and then smashing them in a metal press to get lots of melon slices, which I would then ferment into ethanol because it's like one of the easiest ways I can do that. And then I take the ethanol and the plant oil in a refinery thingy and give it some power, and it turns into biodiesel, and that's the fuel for our mining drill. And you may be wondering why I even want a mining drill because we have vein miner. Well, the mining drill is a bit more precise, but while also breaking more than one block. So that's why we want it. It'll help me with the hanger a lot. I made all the modifications for the mining drill, like the tank, the lubricator thingy, and like the speed upgrades. And on day 220, I was able to make it, upgrade it, and we were all set to go. It even gave me a cool shader from the shader grab bag thing, which basically is just like a different skin texture thing for the mining drill. It's all purple now. I immediately took that mining drill and put it to good use working on the walls of our hangar. But yeah, I pretty much just have to make the walls of my hangar now, and you can see on screen that it took a lot of days. It was not easy, but we got it done eventually. It was very epic in the end. At one point I had to go gather a bunch of logs to make into sticks for framed stairs, which I need for my hangar walls, but it was a blood moon when I went, meaning it wasn't safe to land until the morning, and I had to circle in my plane all night long. I had a smart idea of going to chop down the remains of trees that had been hit by a tornado in the past, so I didn't have to chop down any living trees. And with that, the walls of our hangar are finished. All that remains is the floor, which just needs the asphalt concrete. As I get more bitumen, we can do that, and something with the ceiling. I don't know if we'll get to that this video. But I turned my attention now to some other things I had to deal with. I made a bunch of more metal barrels to take to my aircraft carrier so that I could get more of the various fuels from my distillation tower. I don't have a great place to store them quite yet, so I'm just using barrels for now. And the only reason I really need to store them at all is so that I can get the bitumen from processing them. But it was also time to upgrade the onboard reactor because it served its purpose up until this point, but it could be a lot better. We have the materials to make it way more efficient. I went back to my base and I started making additional coolers and reactor components, but I also realized that I depleted 26 TBU fuel in 37 days, or a little more than that. And TBU fuel gives you a lot of Neptunium-236 when you reprocess it. And you can use that Neptunium-236 to make a Neptunium nuclear fuel, which when depleted will give you Plutonium-238. Are you following? Have I lost it yet? Either way. Anyways, Plutonium-238 is what you need for plutonium RTGs, which is just the things that produce power constantly at a low level. So I made some of the Neptunium fuel and brought it back to my aircraft carrier, and I also expanded the reactor to be like 2 blocks tall instead of 1 block tall. And I was able to get a lot of power out of it, which is great because I needed to power the heavy machinery, namely the pump jack. But as we progress through the elements and get more radioisotopes, our radiation levels will increase significantly, and we're going to need a way to remove that radiation, especially as we get to Californium, as that is a component of a subcritical plutonium-239 sphere, one of the components of a fission bomb. So that is our ultimate goal, is to obtain Californium-252, which is one of many Californium isotopes, and it is significantly radioactive. So I visited a nuclear wasteland biome not far from the aircraft carrier, presumably the site of a previous failed nuclear experiment, and gathered glowing mushrooms which can be used later down the line to make a substance that will help remove radiation. And then I ran out of fuel on my way home. And because these physics are amazing, we just kind of sat in midair. We just kind of floated, and I could pivot around an axis. But we just kind of hovered. It was pretty cool. Yeah, so I kind of wish that the plane would just fall out of the sky when it runs out of fuel. But no, apparently you have to get out of the plane yourself when it runs out of fuel. And then it falls down. Then it remembers that gravity exists. Luckily, most of the mobs are already dead, and I was able to take care of them pretty easily, and then the plane crashed in front of me. Luckily, it didn't get that damaged, I guess, and it's easy to fix, but when I returned to my base, finally, I obtained my first bit of curium, which came from a piece of depleted plutonium fuel, which had been burned at the carrier. Now we are only one step away from obtaining Californium. We need to make this one specific piece of curium nuclear fuel, which requires more than what we have now, but once we make it and deplete it, we will get Californium-252 and be able to make a subcritical sphere. I also made a ton of asphalt concrete with all the bitumen that I brought back, and I was able to complete a lot of the hangar. And I was able to cover up the stupid ravine that I fell into like 3 different times. I think I cut out all of them, but yeah, I fell down there quite a few times. Don't worry about it, it's fine. And then on the evening of day 243, I returned to my aircraft carrier because I still have some work to do there. I want to expand the storage, or actually make storage to begin with, for the various like refining products. So I had the idea to make some tanks, like 3 of the large fluid tanks, and I wanted to put them somewhere down below in like the lower levels of the carrier. And I realized there is enough room, especially with the carrier being widened 1 block like I did in the last video. There's definitely enough room where we can fit these, and they can go down the middle of the front of the carrier and just barely not go through the runway, I guess. So we'll be able to store a lot of stuff there. But then I discovered that my Spitfire was gone. Again. This happened in the first 100 days, and it was super annoying, especially because I had to run all the way back to my house or my bunker to remake it. I'm not going to show me remaking it because I've already shown it several times, but it was a pain to have to remake that. I also started making niter in my manufactory from sandstone and used it to make gunpowder because there's a nice crafting recipe for that, and I needed the gunpowder for ammo for the gun boxes things for the Spitfire because it takes a lot of gunpowder and iron. But the next few days I finished my big fluid tanks on the carrier, one for gasoline, diesel, and lubricant. Eventually I was able to sort out a pipe to connect from the distillation tower all the way over to my tanks, and I had to sort out lubricant going in all 3 tanks instead of just into one. But once I figured it out, I was able to get them all like separated into their individual tanks so they'd input correctly. And when I got back to my base the next day, I made an automatic lubricator, which basically just, well, speeds up machines when you connect it to a few different types of machines like the crusher, and you give it lubricant, increases it by like 25% speed, which is pretty good, especially for the crusher because I have to run it almost constantly. It does use a lot of lubricant though, and that's like the smallest amount of stuff that we get from the distillation tower, unfortunately. The cool thing though is that the next day it was summer, and that meant that my grapes were finally ready to be bone mealed and harvested, and I can make my raisin cookies at last. Although I don't actually have eggs right now. I don't have an egg farm, so I had to purchase some chicken spawn eggs from my market thing and create an egg farm. We're not actually going to farm the chickens, we just want to farm the eggs from the chickens, so I stuck it in my second machine room. So I'm almost out of storage room in my current chest setup, especially with my different ingots from all like the different metals that I have. I have a lot of those, especially because they're automated, so I had to start on a dedicated storage room, and it's mainly just going to hold a bunch of compacting storage drawers. The cool thing about these is if you put in, let's say, an iron ingot, you can take out iron blocks or nuggets, so like it doesn't give you more of what you already have, but it just allows you to take it out in a different form. That's why it's a compacting storage drawer. So it's super nice, and also with the drawer controller, I can just right click on the controller to put in stuff in the other drawers as long as they actually exist there. And once I had a bunch of room to store the processed ores, I dumped a ton of the ore I'd been saving into my crusher to start turning into the powder, which can then be smelted into the ingots. I also went on a quest to obtain my 2 favorite modded Minecraft building blocks that I've encountered so far, which we're going to use to decorate the storage room, those being olive wood planks and ironwood logs, both from Rustic. With the completion of our second machine room, it was finally time to start on the second reactor room. layout of our second reactor room is going to be the exact same as the first one, so it's going to be really easy to build. I just have to actually dig out the area, which is pretty easy with the mining drill. I also was accumulating more plutonium-238 during the time that I was building other stuff, so I was able to make a few more plutonium RTGs to take to the carrier, and we can just get an extra 200 RF per tick with literally no cost or upkeep or anything just from those. In other words, we can run our machines better, and I also grabbed a few more lubricant barrels while I was there to take back to the crusher. In addition to a subcritical sphere made out of plutonium, our fission bomb is going to require 8 compression charges, and each compression charge takes 3 pieces of aerotol, which is incredibly complicated to build. I looked in depth at the recipe for this on day 271, and it's not going to be easy. We need stuff from crushing obsidian in addition to a bunch of other gases and fluids and everything. So I really got to get started on this. I'm not going to try to break down the recipe for you just by talking, but you can see on screen now, this is the formula that I came up with to create 1 piece of barium nitrate, which which when you combine it with molten TNT turns into baritol. That's what I had to do many times. But I also need a bunch of materials for machines, so I went and got a ton of soul sand, and you're probably wondering why I need soul sand. Well, I can turn it into compressed soul sand, and then I can use it in like an autosieve, and it gives me tons of nether quartz, and I can use that with some cobblestone to make diorite, which I can then crush and sieve for a bunch of lead, boron, lithium, and magnesium. In other words, all the things that I'm not currently getting from sieving gravel. And I need all of those things in the machines that I'm making. And the first machine that I made out of all the ones I need, you can see all of them actually in my like bookmarked area in JEI, was the rock crusher. So I could start crushing some andesite to get beryllium, which I need for a nitrogen collector, and I also need to crush obsidian to get witherite. Luckily, getting large quantities of obsidian is pretty easy with vein miners, so I spent about a day and a half or something just getting as much obsidian as I could easily, and I started putting it into the rock crusher and then crushing it. I also finished off the tower for my new reactor. It's the decorative cooling tower, air quotes, so you can't actually see. Yeah, and I got my first bit of witherite on day 277. On 278, I took my plane and flew around my area a little bit just to see how it was looking, and it looks really cool with all the smoke particles that are, steam particles actually. I set up my second reactor on day 278, and the next couple days were just spent making components for it, like coolers and cells and moderator blocks and things like that, and I eventually got it so that I could burn like HEP-239 fuel, which will give me a bunch of curium, which is what I need to make the curium nuclear fuel to get californium. So we'll be able to get that relatively soon. I even added a floodlight to illuminate the second cooling tower during the nighttime to make it look neat like I did with the first cooling tower. But the next day, I made the fluid enricher so I can get witherite water from witherite dust from the obsidian. And the witherite water is one of the things that I need to make barium nitrate. But the next machine that I had to make was the electrolyzer, which basically separates water into a bunch of different like components, I guess, into its components like oxygen, hydrogen, and there's like one other thing I think that gives you a tiny bit of. But I'm interested in the oxygen because that's what I need a fair bit of. But I also needed a fair bit of redstone, so I went back down underground to grab as much redstone as I could from where I'd already vein mined, and I also grabbed a bunch more obsidian because I realized I would need more witherite water than I already have. But on day 282, I was able to make my first piece of LECM-245 nuclear fuel, which when depleted, will give us several isotopes of californium, including californium-252, which is what we need for the subcritical sphere. Next day, I had a battle with my frames, literally, and I had to turn off my shaders, as you can see here, because, well, there was a lot of grass and a lot of winter gardens around my area, and it was destroying my frames. That's because winter gardens spread naturally by themselves, and the grass was being created by carbon. So I had to get rid of that. It was a bit annoying. But on day 284, I made the chemical reactor, which will take various different like gases and liquids and turn them into other things. In my first thing that I had to use it for, I used oxygen and nitrogen to make nitric oxide, which is the first of many things I need a lot of. And when I combine it with yet more oxygen, we get nitrogen dioxide, which is another thing we need. I suppose now is as good a time as any to tell you that, well, we need a californium RTG to go to space for the nose cone of our rocket. That's why we couldn't go before, but now you see, now it is revealed. I had to take my nitrogen dioxide that I got and combine it with water to turn it into nitric acid, which also gives us nitric oxide as a byproduct, which I can reuse, which is convenient. But I also realized at this point that I would need a huge amount of oxygen. If you remember the formula that I showed a little while back, you'll see what I mean. So I had to make 3 more electrolyzers, and I made a quad oxygen producing facility. But I was unsuccessful in managing to auto output the excess hydrogen into the tank from the electrolyzers. I don't know what the deal was. But either way, on day 287, my curium nuclear fuel depleted, and it was incredibly radioactive. It was really bad. I had to rush it over to the fuel reprocessor and shove it in as fast as I could. But when it was done, it gave us californium and berkelium, the 2 elements that we did not already have, and one of those elemental isotopes was californium-252. In other words, I can now make my subcritical plutonium-239 sphere. And with that, the first component of our fission bomb is complete. And another good thing is that I obtained 5 buckets of barium nitrate solution from the nitric acid and witherite water, which is enough to make 1 piece of baritol, which is 1 out of 24 that I need, which I know now that I need. You'll see in a sec, but we did get a really strong tornado that kind of interrupted our work and pulled me out of the reactor cooling tower thing and up into it. The cool thing about all of the like smoker things is that you can see exactly where the funnel of the tornado is from all the particles. I had to make a bunch of food as well because I'd run out of all the food I was eating, and I discovered that I was at 56% irradiation, which meant that it was time to get out my glowing mushrooms and make some radaway fluid because I was getting weakness and mining fatigue. Two things I don't want to be getting right now. I spent several days working on obtaining 40 barium nitrate, which is what I thought I would need to make my 8 compression charges, but my math was off and I did not realize for a bit. So I went about my business. I put down asphalt and I made my radaway so that I could get rid of 300 rads of irradiation, which will take me down to about like 20% irradiation. And on day 296, I made the melter to melt down TNT. I know I was going slowly. I thought I had everything I needed. I took a brief look at the crafting recipe again for the compression charge, and I realized that I miscalculated. I needed 120 barium nitrate, and I had 40. There's a lot of messy stuff left over around my bunker from the previous 100-day video that we did on this world, where we had to make the fission bomb and go through a billion different gases and fluids that were all in tanks, and just a big mess everywhere. So I spent a lot of day one just clearing that up and trying to organize my area. My electrolyzers were still going very slowly. And I also grabbed some obsidian because I wanted to make an ender chest, which I was able to do on day 2, just a normal ender chest to store my plutonium-239 fission bomb, because I figured it'd be one of the safest places I could put it, where there's no risk of it getting lost or blown up or anything like that. I also looked at what I needed to make a Californium RTG, and it requires me to continue my production of the Californium we were making in the last video, so just working on the fuel lines for that. We've also been on this world for ages, and I don't have a multi-block kitchen yet, and I really need that. And part of having a kitchen, I mean, it's not essential, but come on, we gotta have the kitchen tiles. Like, we're not gonna make the multi-block kitchen and not make the kitchen tiles, which I decided to use quartz blocks and coal blocks for instead of concrete, just because it'd be easier than having to go kill squid. But I did kill some cyber demons instead. So I made a few stacks of that for the floor, and I worked on another room opening across from where my storage room, bedroom, house room is, I guess. And I made it pretty decently sized because some of it's decorative, but we also want a lot of functional room. I also used the same building palette again with the ironwood logs and the olive wood planks because it looks super nice. There's also something I want to do that's going to require some conduits, some Ender IO conduits, which require redstone and glowstone, among other things. So I discovered that there's a way that I can use some energy collectors from Project E. These are some of the only things I can make right now without a Philosopher's Stone, which is endgame stuff. Basically what this does, it will collect EMC very slowly over time from the sun, and then it will transmute coal and into glowstone and stuff like that. But I was also back to burning TBU fuel in my reactors again. I figured I may as well oxidize it with some of my spare oxygen to make it just a little bit more efficient at burning. Day 11, I made a bunch of conduit binders, which are the main component in various conduits from Ender IO. I not only need item conduits, which I can only make a few of because it takes ender pearls, but I need them for their special properties, with filtering stuff and priorities and things like that. I also need energy conduits because the leadstone flux ducts are not cutting it, and I'd much prefer conduits from Ender IO, so that's what we're going to be using. I mainly just needed the item conduits to help me do some fancy automation for my apiaries, because it has to deal with recycling queen bees and various outputs and stuff like that. So I was able to eventually set up a fully automated system that would slowly just produce honey and wax over time, all by itself with no input from me. I'd been having some power problems down in my various machine rooms, so I decided to make some more plutonium RTGs and install them, only to discover that the reason I'd been having power problems was because I'd cut the line and forgotten to replace it. But I figured I may as well still replace the flux ducts with enhanced energy conduits, which are significantly better. They're like the mid-tier energy transport from Ender.io, so we won't have to replace them with anything better for quite a long time. It's also that time again to break out the deco bench and spam a ton of cool looking props all over our builds. And this time we're decorating our kitchen to actually be kind of like a cafe with like a bunch of tables and food stands and stuff like that. Just a bunch of really cool features. It's one of my favorite decorative mods. If you saw my like Boston architecture video that I uploaded recently, then you'll have seen like I used a bunch of stuff from that mod there as well. It's just all around really good. It has so many different props, including a shrimp crate. Shrimp's actually like probably one of my favorite foods, to be honest. I also, speaking of food, started looking at how to make a top tier food, which requires a whole lot of stuff, which we can at least try to start working on. But like I mentioned in the intro to this video, our main goal after going to the moon is going to be constructing a molten salt reactor steam turbine setup, and that's going to take a huge amount of room, not just because the machines themselves are large, but also because, well, the automation needed to supply those machines with all the fluids and fuels they need also is going to take up a lot of room. In other words, we need another machine room, this time like 3 times bigger than the other 2 combined, maybe even more than that. It's pretty big. Throughout all this building, I have to keep up the production of multiple different types of nuclear fuel, all of which eventually result in a bunch of californium, which is useful for many things, but I also made panzer glass, and the next day I made a bunch of different like brick things which I found from this cool mod, and I'm going to use them in the pathway from my like reactor rooms to my new machine room. I'm probably not going to get around to decorating the machine room in this video because of how much stuff we actually have to build inside of it, but I can at the very least make a pathway to it, which is what I did on day 31 using like steel for support beam like things, and like the panzer glass, which is not only extremely transparent but also technically blast resistant to creepers like obsidian. I don't really have to worry about that, but it's a neat feature. On day 32, I had to go looking for some materials for the floor because while we might not be able to do the walls or the ceiling, I kind of need to do the floor before I just start throwing machines and automation down. I did kind of decided on like this cool pattern using slate from cork and quarried stone from railcraft, and I'd eventually add a third block to that, which ended up being sheet metal from immersive engineering. But the predominant block that I need would be quarried stone, so I would need a whole lot of that, and I need much less of the other two blocks as they're more trim. I spent multiple days just building the floor, and I started with a pathway down the very middle just with an alternating pattern of polished slate and the sheet metal, which looked really nice. The rest of the floor would just end up being quarried stone bricks and just some normal quarried stone as kind of a trim pattern. On day 36, I completed all the stuff involving the slate and the lead sheet metal, and I'd also depleted 3 pieces of curium nuclear fuel, which, when I grabbed all at once, gave me 1 rad per tick, which is about as high as it can go. It's one of the highest radiation levels I can get with the radiation shielding that I have, and luckily I only had to hold it for a very brief time, but it increased my radiation a very significant amount during that time. Little did I know, though, at the time that that was only a fraction of the radiation problems that I'd have to deal with in the coming days. More quarried stone later, and I'd fully finished filling in one side of the machine room. I also added a piano stool to my cafe because there's a piano, and it felt like we needed a piano stool, so that was something that I added. Day 39, I had like a ton of excess beetroot seeds and stuff, which I turned into plant oil, because you can also use plant oil in the automatic lubricator for things like the crusher. It's just not as efficient as actual lubricant that you get from oil processing, but it's what I can make more of easily. And it will speed it up about like 25% or 10% or something. On day 40, I started making a huge amount of wiring materials, like different connectors and relays and wires for all 3 different types of voltages. And I also made several transformers and just pretty much almost everything that goes with that, because we're going to need to start setting up the power grid in our new machine room, because we're going to have a lot of machines. We're going to have several different power tiers, I guess, for the machines depending on how much power they consume. And it's going to require a lot of materials. I started by taking a high voltage power line from my reactor room and running it out onto the floor of my machine room, but our power is going to be kind of stretched to the limit until we can get that molten salt reactor up and running, but that won't be for a while yet. My first goal for automation in my new machine room was to automate 3 different rock types, those being andesite, diorite, and granite, because I need some stuff that you get from all 3 of those when you run them through rock crushers. They each like give different various crushed minerals and compounds, stuff like that. So I basically have to automate diorite multiple times, because diorite's the base for like andesite and granite, and then diorite itself. So we have we're gonna need a lot of quartz, because you can use quartz to make diorite. So I worked on making some auto crafters, because I don't actually have access to like just single block auto crafter blocks. I have to make the multi-block. But the cool thing about the multi-block is that it does multiple auto crafts just in one thing, so that part's nice. On day 43, I set up the conveyor belts to transport my nether quartz from my auto sieves to the auto crafters to be turned into the various stone types. And later that day, I was able to make some diamond meshes and start sieving my compressed soul sand and technically the compressed heavy auto sieve things. And we started getting a bunch of quartz going to our auto crafters, but the thing is, it also gives me gas tiers, which is cool, but they're not used in that auto crafting, so I had to filter them out. I also depleted the last piece of curium nuclear fuel that I would need to make my 1 piece of californium nuclear fuel to obtain californium 250 for an RTG. I was very done having to search the entire world for stupid brown mushrooms, so I was able to get a ton of them in the nether, which was nice. And I made some more radaway when I got back to my base. I'd made enough before to get rid of the almost lethal dose of radiation, but I was able to go back to something very reasonable. On day 45, that piece of Californium nuclear fuel had depleted, and it was still 1 rad per tick of radiation, but I was able to get it out of my inventory super quickly. I probably should make heavy radiation shielding. The great thing, though, is that I was able to get Californium 250, which is what I need for a Californium RTG, and that is needed in a component of a spaceship. But the cool thing is I was also able to automate all the different stone types as well. So I made some storage drawers, and I gave them some like massive upgrades so they can store a huge amount of andesite, diorite, and granite in them. And I just started stocking it up so that by the time I actually had the rock crushers and all that set up, I'd have a huge amount of the stone. On day 46, I made a crystal chest upgrade just for fun. It doesn't actually increase the chest size, but it means that you can see the items inside the chest, or at least some of them, and it just looks really cool. The rest of that day, though, I just spent in the nether just grinding soul sand. I ended up with 1,300 compressed soul sand. Each one of those is 9 regular soul sands, so we had a lot. I'd be set on nether cores for a long time. Also, the cobble generators that I was using to put cobblestone into the recipes for my various rock things were too fast, so I tried making stack limiters to limit the output, and it kind of worked, but not really. It still produced a way too much cobblestone. But on the bright side, on day 48, I was able to make my Californium RTG, which in of itself produces 400 RF per tick just with no upkeep, but we need it for the nose cone of a tier 1 rocket, which is what we're trying to make. That day I made the circuit fabricator so I can get various wafers, which are used in a lot of different galactic craft things. I also made the compressor, which is used in making plates. I'd modified some of the recipes for the heavy duty plates, which are used in the rockets, to involve titanium, because titanium is often used in rockets in real life, and I thought it kind of made sense. Day 50 was just spent making a ton of plates, because we mostly just needed the tier 1 plates for like the hull of the rocket ship and some various things in like the fins and the booster. And after just a while of waiting around, I was able to get a significant number of plates, and also the NASA workbench, which is where I actually make my rocket ship. By day 51, I placed down my NASA workbench, and I'd gotten all the components for the rocket, and I was almost ready to make it, which is what I did on day 52. So we've got our T1 rocket, but we don't have a launch pad, rocket fuel, or a spacesuit. So those are all things that we still have to do before I can actually go to space. So I made the refinery, which is not the thing from Earth of Engineering, it's just the same name. But it basically takes just oil and turns it into rocket fuel very slowly. So while I was waiting for that to make rocket fuel, I dug out a launch room in my bunker for my rocket. I thought it'd be really cool if we launched it from like underground and we could watch it go out of the bunker, so that was my idea. The next several days were spent in just making various pieces of oxygen and space equipment, like a parachute. It's not actually oxygen equipment, but like a oxygen mask, oxygen tanks, which I have to fill with oxygen, and also like a oxygen concentrator backpack thingy. But that's not all I have to make. Because we have the Extra Planets mod, or one of the Galacticraft add-ons, we have to make a full spacesuit, which is, in of itself, quite complicated. It took a lot of oxygen compressors and various like radiation shielding things from space, and I slowly was able to get it done, but after several days of just crafting stuff, I was able to have my oxygen tanks filled up and a full tier 1 spacesuit. Yeah, so I'd forgotten I needed an advanced way for the first time I went to space to make a space station. So I had to go back and try again this time. But luckily, I hadn't forgotten anything when I went to make the space station this time. Although we did fly through a cloud of pollution on the way out. Basically, when you create a space station around the overworld, it just has like this little prefab structure that you can build off of, and it just gives you enough stuff to like place down a launch pad and basically get home again. Like it gives you your rocket and everything and a little bit of leftover fuel. I didn't really feel the need to linger there, so I just set up a little refueling area and decided to go back to the moon because I needed more sapphire ore. Because fortune doesn't really seem to work on that. I discovered that a little bit later here in the sec, you'll see. So I would need a significant amount of that. But the cool thing is that I have the ability to make machines from like thermal expansion and dynamics and all those various mods because I needed the lunar sapphires to make the machine frames. I can also make better weapons and a few other like individual items that I specifically changed the recipes for. I did a bunch of enchanting on day 64, which required me to grind a bunch at my my zombie farm, but I did at least get like a few decent things, even though I didn't really get Fortune 3. I got Fortune 2, which I tried to use, as you can see here, on the lunar sapphires, but it didn't do anything. What I am going to do, though, now right away is make the scar, because, well, I can make the hardened receiver, which is what I need for the scar, and it takes one lunar sapphire. It's definitely a lot better than the rifle that I have right now. It's not silenced, but it does still have a scope, and it's way more powerful and way more epic. I spent about a day and a half like crafting it because it's a little bit complicated, but on day 66, I was able to make the scar, and we could test it out. The great thing is that it two-shots most normal enemies as well. I also, later that day, I made a rock crusher so that I could start my automation of the various stone, like, minerals and things that come from it. So I started with granite, and I just hooked up the output to a rock crusher, and I need one of the three specific little, like, I guess, byproducts of crushing it, because you get sulfur and like two other things, and I only need one out of the three byproducts of it. So the other two went into a storage drawer, and the third byproduct I sent into a manufactory, which turned it into sodium fluoride, which then has to go into a fluid enricher where it is enriched with water and turned into a solution of the sodium fluoride. Turns it into a sodium fluoride solution, literally. And the sodium fluoride solution goes into a chemical reactor and is turned into hydrofluoric acid and a byproduct, which is another thing that I need. The hydrofluoric acid is put into an electrolyzer and turned into hydrogen gas and fluorine. Now, I don't need the hydrogen, so I'd end up just deleting the hydrogen. But I need the fluorine for several different things, including the molten salt reactor fuel. I set up the same automating process for one of the minerals from the diorite, which basically has almost the same effect. I think it's like potassium instead of sodium. And it also produces hydrofluoric acid, which is then turned into fluorine, which I made a giant silo tank for so I could store large amounts of it. I spent day 73 making a bunch of machines for another set of automation, which is this time for the andesite. Because the andesite, one of the things it gives me is beryllium, and I need molten beryllium fluoride for one of the things that goes into the production of fuel for the molten salt reactor. And the fluoride part comes from the fluorine. That's one of the uses for the fluorine that we have. On day 75, I made one of the other items that needs lunar sapphires, which is a seismic reader. And what this does is it basically gives me a map of the ore distribution in the chunks surrounding me, basically, so I can put like an iron ore into it, and it'll show me the distribution of whatever like type of ore or mineral I put into it, which is super useful. I don't have to go around scanning every single chunk. Late that evening, I also worked on setting up an automation thing for lithium, which comes from crushed diorite, so that means more nether quartz expenditure. I also heard a bunch of explosions in the distance and realized that the tubes carrying my molten beryllium from the melter had exploded because they weren't hardened. I would have to replace them with hardened fluid ducts instead of just normal fluid ducts. But that aside, I had to set up like a fancy automation thing for my lithium, because the lithium comes out in like ore pieces which have to be turned into the ore, and then I can melt it down, and then I turn the molten lithium into lithium fluoride with my fluorine, and then I take the fluoride, like the molten beryllium fluoride, and I take the molten lithium fluoride, and I stick it in a salt mixer and get molten Fleib salt solution, which is actually a real thing, and it's used in my molten salt reactor fuel. And on day 80, I made all the machines I would need for the automation of the nuclear fuel for the molten salt reactor, because it takes like molten LEU-235 fluoride Fleib salt solution fuel. It's a long thing. Basically, it's molten LEU-235 fuel that has fluorine added to it and then has Fleib salt solution added to it. The cool thing is that when you deplete it, you can separate the fluorine and the Fleib salt solution from it and reuse those two like compound material things, so that you don't have to continuously produce that. You just have to make more of the base LEU-235 fuel, which is super easy. It's just uranium-238 and uranium-235 just melted down and combined in a salt mixer. Now that you kind of know some information about the fuel for the molten salt reactor, let me explain the other fluid that I have to make, which I'm actually making here on the screen right now, although this is actually the uranium automation. But what I was making before is trying to get a bunch of molten sodium and potassium, which I have to turn into eutectic NaC alloy, which is basically the fluid that gets heated up in the molten salt reactor and then transfers its heat to water in a heat exchanger to produce high pressure steam, and then you take that high pressure steam and run it through a second heat exchanger, and it heats up normal water into also high pressure steam while cooling down the original high pressure steam into normal steam, which is what we're after. So I not only need the fuel for the molten salt reactor, but I also need the eutectic NaC alloy. Luckily, the potassium and the sodium both come from byproducts of my Fleib salt solution or mixture automation. So I just have to do a couple steps with melters and like crystallizers and stuff to get it, but it's not too bad. It doesn't require separate automation. I do need around 20 buckets of it or so to start off with. On day 83, I'd started to get some molten LEU-235 fuel from my uranium automation setup, which is good, but we're going to need more of that than what we have now, that's for sure. It doesn't burn a lot of fuel, but it burns enough that we have to constantly automate it. I then started separating the potassium out of one of my byproducts, and I combined it with the molten sodium to obtain eutectic NaC alloy. But there's yet another thing that I need a big like fluid automation, or at least just like work process to make, which is calcium sulfate. I think it's what it is. It's needed in crystal binders for elite plates, which are elite, very elite. They're very hard to craft. And I have to go through a bunch of different steps with sulfur and other things, which I'll explain in a sec. But on day 85, I've spent a bunch of time making as many of the components for my heat exchangers and my one molten salt reactor as I could without the elite plates. I pretty much made every single thing that I could that didn't involve the elite plates, because I hadn't started yet on the production of that stuff. I mainly had like the more technical components left. I had made the vents, the frames, and the walls alright for the various machines, but I still needed some like coolant heaters and heat exchanger pipes and stuff like that, things that required the actual elite plates. And the process to get like the calcium sulfate stuff requires me to go through 3 different iterations of sulfur, from like molten sulfur to sulfur dioxide to sulfur trioxide, and then I think to like sulfuric acid, so maybe like 4. They all either take water or oxygen, and it's kind of a big pain, but at least we're getting a lot of eutectic NaC alloy, which is good. Oh yeah, and did I mention I need 96 buckets of the sulfur stuff? Yeah, I need 96, which equates to a stack and a half of the calcium sulfate, which is exactly as much as I need for every single elite plate. Eventually, I started getting sulfuric acid, which is the last sulfur thing that I need. I just have to combine that with like a different solution to get calcium sulfate solution, then crystallize that or something. I think that's the machine it was. And then we get calcium sulfate, which is what I was able to start getting on day 91. I also had to make this like fancy crystal thing called like boron arsenide or something, which was just boron and arsenic, and I already had arsenic from one of the rock crusher things. I just had it in a big storage drawer, so that wasn't too bad. Just had to melt down some stuff and then combine it. But I still had to actually make the fancy fuel for the molten salt reactor. I had the LEU-235 fuel, so I got my fluorine started making it into like the fluorine fuel. And then I moved my Sbeev salt mixture over and started combining that with the fluoride fuel to make the final actual fuel that we need. On day 92, I made a bunch of crystal binders using the calcium sulfate that I had, and I could make elite platings from that point on, meaning I had everything I need to make the final bits of the molten salt reactor and the 2 heat exchangers. But just because I had the materials doesn't mean that I actually was able to make it quickly. No, it still took a lot of time just crafting everything. I had to make several different alloys, like hard carbon alloy, and there was like extreme alloy and a few other things, which took like diamonds and various other things. Then there was an alloy using the boron arsenide, which is why I needed that. It's like thermal conducting alloy or something for the super fancy thermoconducting alloy heat exchanger tubes, which are the most efficient. And on day 94, I made everything that I would need for my steam turbine from immersive technology, which is what will be generating our power from the steam produced by the nuclear fission. I also started making eutectic redstone knack alloy mixture in the preparation for the starting up of our machines, because at this point we have everything that we need and we're not far away from starting up. Blocks like the molten salt fission vessels and coolant heaters need to be set up in a super specific way to make sure that they push all their like various fluids that go in and out of them in the correct way. And I would nearly set it up correctly except for one little mistake that I discovered later and fixed. It wasn't a critical error, but it did mean that I lost a little bit of eutectic knack alloy until I discovered it and was able to send it back through the system. When I first turned on the molten salt reactor, everything worked correctly, and it started sending hot eutectic knack redstone alloy into the heat exchanger, which when turned on started cooling down that alloy and producing high pressure steam from the water used as a coolant. The eutectic knack redstone alloy would then be sent back to the molten salt reactor to be heated up again. Well, if you made it this far in the video, then what can I say other than you're a legend? I hope you enjoyed, and as I mentioned before, be on the lookout for a new 100 Days series in the Industrial Revolution coming soon, or if you're watching this long after it's uploaded, then it'll already be out. Have a good one, everyone. See ya!